Chapter 674. Chu Mu passed the 8th level of the puppet sword formation. Sikong Zhan's indifferent face revealed a trace of a smile, as if he had found something fun. Yes, but he was injured in 3 places when he passed the 9 revolution sword formation. He is obviously not as good as Lord Fei Kong said. Don't underestimate him. He grew up in a worse environment than us. Once he came here, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. To be able to reach this step in such a short time, he is indeed very capable. Sikong Zhan recovered his indifference and said slowly, half a month later, "Bring out your full strength to fight him." "Yes, Lord. We will definitely defeat Chu Mu." Fei Kong said, "This kid's growth speed is beyond my imagination. He actually passed the 8th level of the puppet sword formation." After Ji Tianxiang heard the news, he pondered for a moment before smiling with a trace of expectation. "I wonder if he can pass the last level of the puppet sword formation before becoming an elite disciple?" Chu Mu didn't know about everyone's expectations and discussions. He quickly returned to the sword tower with the 6,000 sky edge coins he obtained from the puppet sword formation. He closed the door of his room and immediately fell asleep on the bed. Too tired, too exhausted. On one hand, he had continuously cultivated without rest for several months. Although Chu Mu didn't feel tired, it was like a taut bowstring. Then he had broken through the puppet sword formation's 8th stage, the 9 revolution sword formation. The pressure was too great, causing Chu Mu's strength to be completely exhausted, and he was even injured. All of the accumulated exhaustion exploded out like a mountain flood breaking through a dam. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a fetus. He didn't have to think about anything. It was as if he was in a hot spring. After sleeping for an entire day, Chu Mu naturally woke up. Stretching his limbs, cracking sounds came from his body. His entire body felt comfortable and refreshed. Chu Mu was intoxicated by the feeling of being reborn. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had experienced such a comfortable feeling. It turned out that after a deep exhaustion, letting go of everything and having a good sleep was so wonderful. With a thought, it instantly spread throughout his body. Chu Mu carefully sensed that every part of his body was brimming with vitality. It was as if a drought had been met with a sweet rain, a vitality that sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain. All the accumulated fatigue in his body was swept away. Immediately after, Chu Mu's eyes widened and he revealed an astonished expression. "I can't believe he's developed so much of his spiritual will. The potential of his mental remembrance was slowly being developed at an even pace." However, Chu Mu discovered that after sleeping without him knowing, his mental remembrance had suddenly increased by a lot. Its development speed was at least 3 times faster than usual. Since his condition was better than ever, Chu Mu didn't waste any time. He went downstairs and began cultivating once more. In another 14 days, it would be the day he challenged Sikong Zhan. Comparing the process of both of them challenging the 9 revolutions sword formation, Chu Mu knew that there was still an obvious gap between him and Sikong Zhan. It was obviously impossible for him to temper his sword intent and profound to the 4th revolution in just a dozen days. He hadn't even finished studying the 4th hand seal yet. Therefore, Chu Mu could only strengthen other aspects, such as improving his fighting style, increasing the power of his sword, his footwork, and other aspects. He wanted to improve as much as possible. For the next 14 days, Chu Mu didn't leave his room. He was completely immersed in high-intensity cultivation. However, because the potential of his spiritual consciousness was still being developed, he didn't need to cultivate the southern Dipper mind refining scripture. Therefore, Chu Mu took out 4 hours of his night to sleep. He discovered that when he slept for 4 hours, the potential of his spiritual consciousness would be developed twice as fast. Although it wasn't as fast as before, it was still much faster. The time it took for his spiritual consciousness to fill his spiritual world was greatly reduced. In the official disciple area of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, a large number of swordsmen had gathered at the first arena. They were densely packed and impenetrable. In one area, there was a large group of swordsmen with small bronze swords embroidered on their chests standing together. The group seemed very orderly. Some of the swordsmen were even holding large signs with the words Grand Elder, Unparalleled Might written on them. These swordsmen were members of the ancient Sword Union. Chu Mu, the Grand Elder, had become the focus of attention time and time again. He had done things that ordinary swordsmen couldn't do. Even now, he could still be mentioned in the same breath as the number one official disciple, Sikongjan. He had long since become the idol of the ancient Sword Union's swordsmen. The first time might be an accident, the second time might be a miracle, but the third time was something that people couldn't help but take seriously. The first time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, that was true strength. Perhaps the current Chu Mu wasn't as good as Sikongjan, but in the hearts of all the swordsmen of the ancient Sword Union, Chu Mu was the strongest. Considering all the factors, the fact that Chu Mu could reach this step in such a short period of time meant that as long as Chu Mu was given enough time, they believed that Chu Mu would definitely surpass Sikongjan. No matter what, the ancient Sword Union had already been branded with Chu Mu's label. As long as Chu Mu was willing, with a single command, almost all the swordsmen of the ancient Sword Union would obey Chu Mu's orders. Even Su Haosha, the Union Master, couldn't compare to such prestige. After all, the ancient Sword Union could only be established so smoothly because Chu Mu was the Grand Elder. Fortunately, Chu Mu didn't have any thoughts about power. He also didn't like to be a manager. Su Haosha also understood this point, which was why he invited Chu Mu to be the Grand Elder without any worries. Now was the day of the battle between Chu Mu and Sikongjan. Almost all the swordsmen of the ancient Sword Union were present. There were no less than 6,000 of them. Among the official disciples, they could be considered the largest force. 13 figures quickly rushed over from the distance. They leaped into the air and used their movement techniques to fly over the heads of many swordsmen. They landed on the stage one after another. They were the 13 generals under Sikongjan. A sharp aura rose from the 13 generals and permeated the surroundings. Each of their eyes emitted a sharp light as traces of battle intent wrapped around their bodies. They were like treasured swords that were about to be unsheathed. However, Sikongjan didn't appear. Chu Mu, why haven't you shown yourself yet? Could it be that you're afraid? The 6th general shouted. His voice was like rolling thunder as it rolled across the stage. Bullshit! Why would the Grand Elder be afraid of you guys? That's right. With just the few of you, how could you be a match for the Grand Elder? The words of the 6th general infuriated the swordsmen of the ancient Sword Union. They all glared at the 13 generals and roared. Even if their individual strength was not as great as the 13 generals, the fury of several thousand swordsmen was not something to be scoffed at. It caused the expressions of the 13 generals to change slightly. There was a slight sound of wind breaking as a white figure flew across the sky above the swordsmen. It was as light as a swan as it landed on the stage in the blink of an eye. Where's Sikongjan? Chu Mu glanced over and asked Fei Kong. Lord Sikongjan is not someone you can meet just because you want to, the 6th general said with an enigmatic smile. Defeat the 13 of us together first, said Fei Kong. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flapped and the sound of wind breaking rang out. In the blink of an eye, the 13 generals spread out and stood in their positions, surrounding Chu Mu. Sword formation. Looking at the positions of the 13 generals, Chu Mu had a mysterious feeling. He frowned slightly. Among the 13 generals, Fei Kang's sword intent and profundity had both reached the second revolution. The other generals' sword intent and profundity had basically reached the first revolution, but there was a difference in depth. When the 13 generals worked together, an ordinary third revolution sword practitioner might not be a match for them, let alone a sword formation. Moreover, Chu did not know what kind of sword formation the 13 generals were setting up. The reason he could tell it was a sword formation was because he had broken through the puppet sword formation several times and had a much deeper understanding of sword formations. In short, any sword formation could not be underestimated. Moreover, it was a sword formation set up by the 13 generals. Chu attached great importance to it. This sword formation is called the Flood Dragon Sword Formation. "You have to break it and defeat all of us to win," shouted Fei Kong. "Flood Dragon Sword Formation!" The 13 generals actually set up a sword formation. Most swordsmen had not studied sword formations, so they could not tell that it was a sword formation. When they heard Fei Kang's words, they were all shocked. In their opinion, the 13 generals were very powerful. When they worked together, they were even more terrifying. Now that they had set up a sword formation, their power had multiplied. Chu Mu's situation was not good. The Flood Dragon Sword Formation had not yet been activated, but had already emitted traces of pressure that washed over him. Flood Dragon Sword Formation. Chu Mu was deep in thought. Every sword formation had a name. This name was not given casually. Swordsmen who had studied sword formations would often be able to make some connections from the name of the sword formation. Chu Mu had broken through the puppet sword formation several times and was quite knowledgeable about basic sword formations. Therefore, after thinking about it, he had a better understanding of the Flood Dragon sword formation. However, whether it was true or not, he still needed to personally experience it. "Chu Mu, the sword formation is about to be activated," Fei Kong reminded. At the same time, he was also giving orders to the other generals. Immediately, the 13 generals drew their swords. An incomparably sharp aura was emitted from their swords. The sword pressure descended and directly attacked Chu Mu. It was as if they wanted to cut Chu Mu into pieces. "Flood Dragon, out of the sea!" Fei Kong shouted. The sword formation suddenly changed. The 13 generals seemed to have merged into one and turned into a flood dragon. With Fei Kong as the dragon head and the 13th general as the dragon tail, it swam like a flood dragon out of the sea. Fei Kong attacked Chu Mu with his sword. This sword had merged the sharpness of the first, second, third, and fourth generals into one. Its power was multiplied several times as it pierced towards Chu Mu. In an instant, Chu Mu was locked in by a powerful aura. It was as if he saw a huge flood dragon head rushing out of the water and biting at him. Its power was unparalleled. Using the flying swan illusory steps, Chu Mu's body became unstable. He instantly dodged Fei Kang's sword. "Flood Dragon Flip!" Fei Kong shouted again. The Flood Dragon sword formation changed and instantly surrounded Chu Mu in an arc. It reduced the space that Chu Mu could dodge as much as possible. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th generals attacked one after another. Each sword carried a terrifying power and slashed towards Chu Mu from the bottom to the top. It looked like a flood dragon flipping its body. Each sword was different from the beginning and the end, and the timing was very accurate. It was like a meat grinder. Chu Mu, who was trapped in the middle, was about to be ground to death. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 675. Below the arena, the swordsmen all cried out in alarm. In that instant, it was too dangerous. In their eyes, Chu Mu had no room to dodge at all because his surroundings were sealed off by the swords of the generals. It was as if he was surrounded by a flood dragon. The Flood Dragon sword array was a powerful sword array. The 13 generals had been immersed in the Flood Dragon sword array for several years and were already familiar with it. They could fully display its power. Chu Mu is about to lose. Some swordsmen's hearts jumped. Would Chu Mu lose just like that? The answer was no, because Chu Mu was often synonymous with miracles. He could turn the impossible into the possible. Using the inverted air step, Chu Mu's figure flashed and disappeared. The three swords slashed through the air at the same time, but they all missed. Flood dragon, soaring clouds. Fei Kang's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted. The 13 generals immediately shifted their positions and changed their formation. They formed a circle, as if they were a white cloud, and took a defensive stance. Chu Mu's figure strangely appeared outside the flood dragon sword array. He unsheathed his sword and slashed out at an extremely fast speed. However, the 4th, 5th, and 6th generals worked together to block it. The advantage of the flood dragon sword array was that every attack could gather the power of multiple swordsmen, or allow multiple swordsmen to form a defensive barrier at the same time, maximizing the weakening power of the attack. Chu Mu's sword was very powerful. He had used the elementary realm, but under the flood dragon sword array of the 13 generals, it was scattered and could hardly cause any damage. Flood dragon swings its tail. Fei Kong shouted again. In that instant, the 11th, 12th, and 13th generals seemed to merge into one. They all slashed at Chu Mu. Chu Mu seemed to see the flood dragon's tail fiercely swinging at him like a thick steel whip. Among all the attacks of the flood dragon sword array, the flood dragon swings its tail was the weakest. However, it still gathered the power of the 3 generals and won in terms of flexibility. Head to tail. Fei Kong ordered again. His feet moved in an arc, and his long sword pierced towards Chu Mu. In the eyes of the spectating swordsman, it was as if a flood dragon's tail was slapping towards Chu Mu. At the same time, its head was also rushing towards Chu Mu, opening its mouth to bite him. At the same time, Chu Mu had to endure the attacks from both the head and tail of the flood dragon. The boundless pressure was like a mountain of swords pressing down on Chu Mu, causing him to be unable to breathe. Even moving required a great deal of effort. In order to avoid the flood dragon's attack, Chu Mu had used the inverted space steps that he hadn't used for a long time. However, he had only comprehended 40% of the profound meaning of space. The space of the primeval world was many times stronger than that of the ancient sword continent. Using the inverted space steps once consumed 70% of Chu Mu's strength. In other words, he couldn't use the inverted space steps anymore. His entire body's strength erupted, and his mental energy reached a high level. His eyes emitted a sharp and cold light as Chu Mu pushed the Flying Swan illusory space steps to the extreme. The Flying Swan illusory space steps that had been infused with the profound meaning of tearing added a sharp aura to it. Chu Mu's body was like a sharp sword, instantly cutting through the layers of pressure. Instead of retreating, he advanced and cut into the flood dragon's sword array. The 8 desolate sky swords were like meteors falling from the sky as they pierced towards the 8th general. Not good. Fei Kang's expression greatly changed, and so did the 8th generals. Chu Mu's actions were completely out of their expectations. At this moment, the flood dragon sword array was in the middle of the flood dragon, swinging tail and head and tail linking. There was no time to change it. They could only hope that the 8th general could block Chu Mu's sword and buy them a chance to change the sword array. Although he didn't understand the flood dragon sword array, Chu Mu had broken through the sword puppet array many times, so he had a clear understanding of sword arrays. Based on his intuition, Chu Mu knew that this sword was his chance. If he missed it, it would be very difficult to get another chance. Therefore, this sword was the strongest. It was a soundless sword strike, a sword strike that was like flowing light. The 7th and 9th generals were beside the 8th general. They quickly attacked Chu Mu with their swords, hoping that Chu Mu would withdraw his sword and give up on attacking. The 8th general was not to be outdone. He slashed out with his sword, and within 2 inches, all of his strength exploded out, causing the wind and thunder to explode. They were very clear that no matter what, they had to block Chu Mu's sword and stop him from returning empty-handed. Chu Mu's wrist shook, and the sword that he stabbed out instantly vibrated. In a thousandth of a second, the swords of the 7th and 9th generals were repelled by the mountain-quaking energy. The 8th desolate sky swords borrowed the rebounding force and stabbed at the 8th general at an even faster speed. The 8th general's expression greatly changed. But Chumu's sword was too fast. It was so fast that his vision couldn't keep up. He only felt his wrist shake, and his sword seemed to have been repelled. Immediately after, a tyrannical force pierced through his protective sword aura. An even more terrifying force condensed into a single point and instantly pierced his chest. Burst. The 8th general felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sword. There was a burst of intense pain. This pain caused his vision to darken. He swayed and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell backwards. Immediately, the flood dragon sword formation revealed a flaw. In a spurt of energy, Chumu once again attacked. Sword light streaked across the sky, and the 7th and 9th generals were instantly sent flying. The swords in their hands were cut in half and flew high into the air. The flood dragon sword formation had been broken. There wasn't much energy left in his body. Chumu didn't dare to delay. He once again burst out. In the blink of an eye, another 4 generals were sent flying by Chumu's sword. 7 of the 13 generals had been defeated. There were only 6 left. His figure flashed, and he quickly moved around the battle arena. Chumu took this opportunity to catch his breath. In half a month, he had become more proficient in deep penetration. He was able to unleash 8 bursts of energy in a spurt of energy. Now that he had unleashed 7 bursts of energy, Chumu wouldn't fall into an embarrassing situation of instant exhaustion. Moreover, he could quickly recover and adjust. Fei Kong swept a glance and knew that they had lost their advantage. It was unlikely that the remaining 6 people would be able to defeat Chumu. However, he wouldn't give up. Now that the sword formation had been broken, he could only rely on his own strength. For a moment, the remaining 6 generals each used their trump cards and attacked Chumu frantically. The 4th level of the sword technique domain was unleashed. The powerful power of the sword technique domain immediately caused the swords of the 6 generals to deviate. The mountain-quaking force was activated and the swords were repelled. Chumu borrowed the force to slash at the others. Without the sword formation, the pressure on Chumu was greatly reduced. He was able to deal with the frenzied attacks of the 6 generals with ease. His mental power was very strong. He could easily distinguish the trajectory of each general's sword and quickly make the most accurate judgment to dodge. Below the arena, in the eyes of the spectating swordsmen, Chumu was surrounded by the 6 generals. The 6 generals frantically attacked with their swords like a torrential storm. Meanwhile, Chumu's figure swayed in a small area, easily dodging the attacks of the 6 generals. However, although Chumu could sense the trajectory of the 6 generals' swords and dodge them, the 6 generals were in a frenzied state. The speed and strength of their swords were 10 to 20% higher than usual. Under such circumstances, Chumu couldn't find a chance to successfully counterattack without being attacked. However, he knew very well that the 6 generals' frenzied state couldn't be maintained for long. Once they were exhausted, it would be his chance to counterattack. The 6 generals also knew that Chumu must have used up a lot of energy. As long as they persisted with their storm-like attacks, they would definitely be able to hit Chumu and defeat Chumu in the end. This was a competition of endurance. Whoever couldn't hold on first would lose. Chumu wouldn't allow himself to be defeated. The 13 generals wouldn't allow themselves to be defeated either. The spectating swordsmen all held their breaths and subconsciously clenched their fists. They stared with wide eyes at the intense battle in the arena. The 6 generals' storm-like attacks lasted for a full 15 minutes. All of them were clenching their teeth. Their faces were red and the veins on their foreheads were bulging. It was a terrifying sight. Chu Mu's face was also a little pale. However, as he kept dodging, he gradually recovered some of his strength. He was waiting for the best opportunity. Suddenly, there was a momentary delay in the six generals' swords, which was grasped by Chu Mu. "Now's the time." Muttering to himself, Chu Mu drew his sword and slashed out with the Deep Realm sword. 2 consecutive slashes instantly broke the six generals' swords. The web between their thumb and forefinger cracked. Under the tremendous force, the six generals were forced to retreat. Their chests felt stuffy, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Chu Mu's figure was like the wind as he swept past. The tip of his sword smashed into the six generals' chests, activating the mountain quake energy. He instantly sent the six generals flying backward. They spat out another mouthful of blood, and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. At this point, the 13 generals had lost most of their fighting strength. All of them had suffered internal injuries. Even if they attacked again, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Chu Mu. "You've won." Fei Kong clutched his chest as he stared at Chu Mu. His expression was very complicated. He originally thought that the Flood Dragon sword array that the 13 generals set up together would definitely be able to defeat Chu Mu. However, the result was completely unexpected. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. Chu Mu's fighting strength was beyond imagination. Only now did Fei Kong truly take Chu Mu seriously. He subconsciously felt that perhaps Chu Mu really had the ability to contend against Lord Sikongjan. Although the 13 generals had suffered internal injuries because they were wearing king-grade armor, Chu Mu's attack was greatly weakened. Therefore, their injuries weren't that serious. Of course, this was also because this was only a competition and not a life-and-death battle. Otherwise, Chu Mu wouldn't have shown them any mercy. Hearing Fei Kang's words, Chu Mu's expression didn't change. However, the other 12 generals' expressions changed greatly. They were very unwilling to accept this result, but they couldn't do anything. Chu Mu defeated them with strength and not any tricks. They had nothing to say about their defeat. Compared to the 13 generals' sorry state, Chu Mu's face was somewhat pale. This was because he had overused his strength. He didn't suffer any injuries and could slowly recover after a little rest. Only now did the swordsmen below the arena react. They were all extremely excited. Chu Mu had defeated the 13 generals under Sikongjan. This was real and not a dream. In other words, Chu Mu truly had the ability to compete with Sikongjan. He wasn't like Qin Shanha, who was easily defeated by Sikongjan. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 676. Since I've won, call Sikongjan out, Chu Mu said to Fei Kong after recovering some of his strength. Lord Sikongjan has already left, Fei Kong said directly as he stared at Chu Mu. What? Chu Mu was stunned. The swordsmen below the arena were also very puzzled. Didn't they say that as long as Chu Mu defeated the 13 generals, he would be able to fight Sikongjan? Looking at the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. A wave of anger emerged in all the swordsmen's hearts. They felt that they had been tricked. However, as the person involved, Chu Mu remained calm. He looked at Fei Kong and said indifferently, What did Sikongjan tell you to tell me? How did you know? Fei Kong blurted out in surprise. He immediately reacted and shut his mouth. After organizing his words, he said again, 3 days ago, Lord Sikongjan left here and became an elite disciple. He asked me to tell you, you are very talented and qualified to be my opponent. However, whether you can become my true opponent depends on whether you can become an elite disciple within 3 months. If you can, our contest will begin after you become an elite disciple. These were Lord Sikongjan's original words. Elite disciple? Chu Mu muttered and nodded. In fact, in his heart, Chu Mu really didn't have the confidence to defeat Sikongjan. He needed more time. Therefore, it might be better to leave the contest until after he became an elite disciple. Moreover, when the teacher-in-chief said to let Chu Mu become the number one official disciple before he became an elite disciple, it didn't mean that Chu Mu had to defeat Sikongjan. Now, that Sikongjan had become an elite disciple, who among the official disciples could be Chu Mu's opponent, didn't the title of number one fall on Chu Mu's head? Although it still felt strange, it had already become a reality. The swordsmen below were all stunned. They were all dumbfounded and couldn't react for a while. They didn't come here to watch the battle between Chu Mu and the 13 generals, but to watch the battle between Chu Mu and Sikongjan after he defeated the 13 generals. Grand Elder is mighty! An ancient Sword Alliance swordsman quickly reacted and shouted loudly, Supreme Elder is invincible! Supreme Elder is first! Thousands of ancient Sword Alliance swordsmen raised their hands and shouted, their momentum astonishing. Some of the swordsmen in the surroundings were also affected by this atmosphere, raising their fists and shouting. Since Sikongjan had already left and Chu Mu had become the deserving number one official disciple, there was no need for him to continue staying here, and he swiftly left the number one sword combat arena to return to the sword tower to recover his strength. As Chu Mu left, the onlooking swordsman also left. Old 8, are you all right? Fei Kong said to the 8th battle general. The 8th general was the one who took the brunt of Chu Mu's attack. There was a thin wound on his chest. His tough royal armor was pierced through, and even his inner armor was pierced through. There was an even more obvious wound on his chest. If Chu Mu had not shown mercy, that sword might have pierced through his heart. Among the 13 generals, the 8th general was the most heavily injured. He had lost the ability to move and had to be supported by 2 other generals to stand firm. Fortunately, he had already taken an elixir, and the wound on his heart was gradually healing. Advanced stage. The 8th general's voice was low as he said these words with difficulty. What? The generals supporting him did not understand. Old 8, you mean Chu Mu's control of power has reached advanced stage? Fei Kang's expression changed. The 8th general nodded slightly. Fei Kong looked at the 8th general's wound again and nodded. Only a sword that has reached advanced stage can have such power. At this point, Fei Kong was convinced of his loss. Third transformation sword essence, third transformation esoteric meaning, power control that reached advanced stage, and sword technique domain that was above his own. Such strength was actually close to Lord Sikongjan's. Go back and cultivate well. Strive to pass the Sword Venerable's exam and become an elite disciple. You can meet Lord Sikongjan as soon as possible, Fei Kong said. The 13 generals left together. Because Chu Mu had defeated the 13 generals and became the number one official disciple, the ancient Sword Alliance's reputation had reached a new peak. In just a few days, a large number of swordsmen had signed up to join the ancient Sword Alliance, causing the number of members to increase rapidly. It had already exceeded 10,000. The rapid growth of the ancient Sword Alliance had undoubtedly made Su Haosha and the others very excited. At the same time, they became busy because the more people there were, the more difficult it would be to manage. Su Haosha had created the Ancient Sword Alliance in hopes that the Ancient Sword Alliance could develop steadily and prevent anything that would be detrimental to the Ancient Sword Alliance. These were Su Haosha and the others' matters, so Chu Mu did not need to care at all. After returning to the Sword Tower, Chu Mu used some time to recover the energy he had expended. Then he reminisced about the battle with the 13 generals. The Flood Dragon sword formation was very exquisite. If Chu Mu had not found that instant of opportunity and counterattacked in a spurt of energy, he would have lost to the Flood Dragon sword formation. In the end, he won, but it was not an easy victory. Number one official disciple. Qin Shanhe muttered to himself. He had wholeheartedly wanted to defeat Sikongjan. Aside from wiping away his previous shame, it was not that he did not obtain the number one official disciple title. No matter how short the time was, As long as he obtained the #1 official disciple title, it would be a supreme glory. After becoming an elite disciple, there would definitely be many teams inviting him, and his value would increase greatly. Unfortunately, once Sikongjan left, the #1 official disciple title would belong to Chu Mu. Chu Mu could defeat the Flood Dragon Sword formation set up by the 13 generals, but Qin Shanha admitted that he could not do it. Forever #2. Even though he had obtained the #1 official disciple title and achieved the goal set by the head instructor, Chu Mu still did not relax. He was very clear that this was not the end, but the beginning. The elite disciples were the real stage. The official disciples were at most the reserves. Everything here was just a small matter. It's getting closer to the half-year agreement that the head instructor mentioned. There's only a little more than a month left. Chu Mu thought to himself, I wonder if I can refine my sword intent and profound to the 4th revolution in the remaining month and challenge the last stage of the puppet sword formation. The puppet sword formation had a total of 9 stages. Now that Chu Mu had reached the 8th stage, there was still the last stage. It could be imagined that the difficulty of the 9th stage of the puppet sword formation would be very high, far higher than the 8th stage. Previously, when he challenged the 8th stage, it was already quite difficult. He did not have the slightest confidence in challenging the 9th stage. Even if he refined his sword intent and profound to the 4th revolution, it would still be very difficult. No matter what, Chu Mu planned to do his best to increase his strength and challenge the last stage of the puppet sword formation, because this was the cultivation of official disciples. Once he became an elite disciple, he would not have this opportunity. The days that followed passed peacefully. Obtaining the #1 official disciple title also caused a new round of debate. The content of the debate was nothing more than whether Chu Mu could fight against Sikongjan. A portion of Chu Mu supporters believed that even if Chu Mu fought against Sikongjan, he would definitely not be defeated by Sikongjan's sword, and might even defeat Sikongjan. The other portion were Sikongjan's supporters. They believed that once Chu Mu and Sikongjan fought, the loser would definitely be Chu Mu. The different viewpoints caused the debate to gradually become more intense, and then caused many conflicts. Almost every day, there would be people competing with their swords in every sword battle arena. This kind of debate did not bring any trouble to Chu Mu. Instead, it made him even more famous and in the limelight. However, the famous Chu Mu stayed in his sword tower and cultivated day and night. In order to increase his strength as much as possible in a short period of time, Chu Mu made adjustments to his cultivation time. He temporarily gave up the tempering of the heavenly wasteland sword yuan and shortened the cultivation time of swordsmanship. Techniques such as the mountain quaking force and the domain of swordsmanship were temporarily put aside and focused on the control of power. In this way, Chu Mu could free up more time. What was the use of this free time? Chu Mu had already planned to use this time to comprehend the 4th handprint of the 9 revolutions heavenly shocking seal. Once the 4th handprint was successfully created, he would use this time to temper his sword will and profound meaning. Chu Mu's fighting skills had already improved to a certain level. Unless he had some fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult for him to make any significant improvement in a short period of time. It would require a long period of tempering. There was not much time left. Even if Chu Mu spent all his time on fighting skills, he would not be able to make any significant improvement. Therefore, he temporarily gave up. As for the heavenly wasteland sword yuan, it had now reached the limit. The daily tempering was just a routine. To a certain extent, it was also to maintain the purity of the sword yuan. Temporarily stopping for more than a month would not have any impact. However, if the time was prolonged, the purity of the sword yuan would decrease. Everything was expedient in order to improve his strength as soon as possible. Chu Mu was like a clockwork, like a robot that did not know fatigue. Every day, he would spend 24 hours. Originally, he would spend 4 hours studying the handprint. Now he would spend 16 hours studying the handprint. Of the remaining 8 hours, 6 hours would be used to cultivate the control of power and swordsmanship, and 2 hours would be used to reflect and rest. 3 days. It only took 3 days for Chu Mu to successfully study and perfect the 4th handprint of the 9 revolutions, heavenly shocking seal. On the 4th day, he began to temper his sword will. Originally, it would also take 4 hours to temper his sword will. However, now, Chu Mu's spiritual thoughts had condensed into a mind star. The purity had more than doubled, and the recovery speed had also greatly improved. Chu Mu also divided the tempering of the sword will into 2 stages. Each stage would take 8 hours. In this way, he could ensure the smooth tempering of the sword will and would not be affected by the consumption of spiritual thoughts. Today's 1 day was equivalent to the previous 4 days. The efficiency was greatly improved, and the time was greatly shortened. Every day, Chu Mu could feel his sword intent becoming purer and purer. He was getting closer and closer to the 4th revolution. Chapter 677. Outside the Sky Edge Sword Palace, a huge black flying battleship slowed down and lowered its altitude. On the left and right sides of the flying battleship, there was a special symbol. It was a blazing flame that seemed to be alive. Within the flame, there was also a sword that seemed to be being calcined by the fire. This flying battleship landed in the official disciple area of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. From the battleship, a group of people walked down one after another. A portion of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's instructors went up to welcome them. "Instructor, I wonder why you're looking for me?" Chu Mu asked. "There is indeed something." Ji Tianxiang smiled and said, "First, congratulations on becoming the #1 official disciple. When you see the head instructor, you can make a request of him." "Many thanks." Chu Mu smiled slightly and said, "In less than half a year, your strength has increased so quickly. In the history of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, there is no one like you." Ji Tianxiang sighed again and said, "There is still some time. You might as well continue to increase your strength and see if you can pass the 9th stage of the puppet sword formation before becoming an elite disciple." "Instructor, is there any mystery behind the 9th stage?" Chu Mu immediately asked. "If you can pass it, you will naturally know. If you can't, it is useless even if you know." Ji Tianxiang said, "However, it is not that easy to pass the 9th stage of the puppet sword formation. Since the establishment of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, only 2 people have successfully passed it. If you can pass it, you will be the 3rd person and will be recorded in the Sword Palace's history." Chu Mu was startled when he heard this. Since the establishment of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, only 2 people had successfully passed the 9th stage of the puppet sword formation. It seemed that the Sky Edge Sword Palace had been established for more than 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, according to the tenure cycle, there would be 2 million official disciples in each cycle. How many people would there be? With so many people, only 2 people had passed the 9th stage. It was truly incomparably difficult. After thinking about it deeply, there was nothing impossible about it. In order to pass the 8th stage of the puppet sword array, one's sword intent and profound had to reach the 3rd revolution. One's control of power had to reach a profound level, and one's combat skills had to reach an extremely high level. Any one of these 3 conditions was very difficult for the majority of official disciples to achieve, let alone all 3 of them at the same time. If any of the 3 conditions were missing, it would be impossible to pass the 8th stage. Even if Chu Mu met all 3 conditions, it would still be very difficult for him to pass the 8th stage because he was not proficient enough. The immemorial world was indeed a place where geniuses came forth in large numbers. However, to be able to meet the 3 requirements during the period of being an official disciple, the word genius could no longer describe them. For example, Qin Shanha, who was also a true genius, had only cultivated his sword with profound meaning to the 2nd revolution, and his control of power was only at the initial entry level. The improvement of your strength depends on your own efforts. How far you can go is up to you. Ji Tianxiang said, "Now let's talk about business." Chumu nodded. In the immemorial world, the human race is on the decline, and there are not many places left to reside. Ji Tianxiang said, "The Xiling continent is one of the places where the human race resides. Our Sky Edge Sword Palace is located in the east of the Xiling continent. The Tantai clan is in the west, and the Great Sky Sect is in the south. The three major factions have similar strength and jointly protect the human race residing in the Xiling continent. There is also competition between them." Chumu didn't say anything. His understanding of the immemorial world was still at a superficial level. He could even say that aside from the Sky Edge, Sword Palace, and Qin Shanha's explanations, he didn't know anything else. This was because recently he had spent all his time on cultivation. The Tantai clan is a major clan that has a heritage of over 10,000 years. In terms of numbers, they might not be comparable to our Sky Edge Sword Palace. But due to the clan's bloodline, almost every Tantai clan's descendant has extraordinary talents. The Great Sky Sect is a sect and is similar to our Sky Edge Sword Palace in terms of nature. However, in terms of numbers, they are also inferior to our Sky Edge Sword Palace, Ji Tianxiang said slowly. Every once in a while, which might be 5 to 6 years or 10 years, our Sky Edge Sword Palace would send a batch of disciples to the Tantai clan and the Great Sky Sect for an exchange. Sometimes the Tantai clan and the Great Sky Sect would send some disciples to our Sky Edge Sword Palace for an exchange. After hearing this, Chumu knew that Ji Tianxiang's purpose of looking for him might be related to the Tantai clan or the Great Sky Sect. You guessed it right. Not long ago, the Tantai clan sent people over. Ji Tianxiang smiled and continued, "The elders are escorts, and 3 of them are the ones to be exchanged. They are Tantai Tianlong, Tantai Feixing, and Tantai Yinyu. The 3 of them are currently the most outstanding individuals in the Tantai clan's outer INSTI Toot. The Tantai clan was also divided into the inner INSTI Toot and the outer INSTI. Toot was equivalent to the official disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. The Tantai clan's members were much lesser than the Sky Edge Sword Palace. Of course, the Sky Edge Sword Palace recruited disciples from everywhere, but the Tantai clan was a clan. Clans had their advantages like bloodline power and so on. To be able to stand out among the outer INSTI Toot disciples and become the most outstanding 3, it was enough to prove how extraordinary the 3 of them were. It might be an exchange, but our Sky Edge Sword Palace can't lose our reputation, right?" Ji Tianxiang's eyes were filled with smiles. If Xikong Zhan was still around, he would be the one to lead. You and Qin Shanha would follow. Now that Xikong Zhan has become an elite disciple, you will be the one to lead. Qin Shanha and Fei Kong will follow. When Chumu heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. So this was the case. An exchange was an exchange, but they couldn't lose. They had to win in a glorious manner. Chumu, Qin Shanha, and Fei Kong could be considered as the most outstanding 3 among the current official disciples. As for the 3rd-ranked official disciple, there was still a gap between him and Fei Kong. After thinking for a moment, Chumu agreed to this matter. He also wanted to witness the splendor of the Tantai clan's most outstanding outer INSTI Toot disciples. The news of the Tantai clan riding the flying battleship had already spread like wildfire. Almost all the official disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace knew about it. Those disciples who had similar experiences also knew what was going on. Since they were here for an exchange, there was no need for formalities. It was the easiest to go straight to the sword contest arena. At the number 1 sword contest arena, the Tantai clan's elders and the Sword Palace's instructors were standing together. The Tantai clan's disciples were also standing together with 3 of them as the leaders. Chu Mu, Qin Shanha, and Fei Kong were also standing at the side. Behind them were the Sky Edge Sword Palace's swordsmen who were gathered to spectate. The clan head heard that the Sword Palace produced a few outstanding official disciples. He specially asked me to wait for the clan's juniors to come for an exchange. One of the Tantai clan's elders said. Once he spoke, he was just being polite and had the same meaning as before. The three of you are all outstanding individuals. It is our Sword Palace's honor to be able to come and exchange with our Sword Palace's disciples. One of the instructors said, who didn't know how to be polite. Since that is the case, let's begin. One of the Tantai clan's elders, who had a rather impatient temper, said, Yenyu, you go up first. Tantai Yenyu bowed slightly and executed her movement art. She drifted up the sword contest arena like a wisp of smoke. She wasn't more than 30 years old. She had a gentle aura presence and a graceful figure. There seemed to be a hazy mist on her face, making it hard for others to see her appearance clearly. When one saw her by chance, they would have a breathtaking feeling. She gave off a gentle beauty like a misty rain. Tantai Yenyu's pink gown made her figure even more gentle and beautiful. Most of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's disciples were staring at Tantai Yenyu. They were attracted by her and couldn't take their eyes off her. Fei Kong, you will be in charge of this battle, one of the instructors said. Fei Kong immediately nodded and leaped up. His figure flickered and appeared on the sword contest arena. Senior brother, please have mercy on me. Tantai Yenyu bowed with a graceful posture. Her voice was as gentle as spring water, pleasing to the ears. Many of the swordsmen revealed an intoxicated expression. Please, for Fei Kong to be able to cultivate to his current strength, his will couldn't be said to be weak. He was only slightly affected by the other party and immediately sobered up. He cupped his hands and performed a sword salute. His tone carried traces of killing intent. Receive my sword, Tantai Yenyu said. Her voice was still so gentle and beautiful. Her sword seemed to have been drawn from her sleeves and was like a spirit snake. With a flick of the sword light flickered and its speed increased rapidly. It was silent and had the beauty of a gentle breeze and drizzle. In front of Fei Kang's eyes, it was as if an immortal had descended from the heavens. A gentle breeze blew on his face and a drizzle spread out. It gave him the urge to relax, sit on the ground, and enjoy the beautiful scenery before him. The powerful will cause Fei Kong to sober up instantly. Tantai Yenyu's soft and slender sword was already in front of his eyes. The trace of cold light on the tip of the sword caused Fei Kang's pupils to shrink rapidly. He quickly executed his movement art and dodged Tantai Yenyu's sword with a strange flicker. He then counterattacked with his sword. Tantai Yenyu's figure was graceful, and her movement art was also graceful. It was as if a gentle breeze had blown over. Her sword was also very graceful. It was like a drizzle, silent and pervasive. Most importantly, Tantai Yenyu's every move seemed to contain an indescribable power that could affect one's mind. Fei Kong, who bore the brunt of it, was the most affected. Qin Shanha's face was solemn, while Chumu's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. The cultivation art that Tantai Yenyu practiced was definitely not ordinary. With Fei Kang's spiritual will, it seemed to be somewhat difficult for him to resist. Although the influence was minute and Fei Kong could resist it, he would lose the initiative every time, and it would be difficult for him to form an effective counterattack. Looking at Tantai Yenyu again, the moment she launched her attacks, there was a continuous momentum. The power of each sword strike did not seem strong or fast, but it was like a gentle breeze blowing by, like a drizzle that never stopped, penetrating all openings, making it extremely difficult for Fei Kong to block or dodge. In front of his eyes, the sword light turned into an endless drizzle that fell without end. The soft and slender sword in Tantai Yenyu's hand seemed to have come alive. Every time her sword strike was blocked, a ding-ding sound would ring out. Mixed with the gentle breeze and drizzle, the sound was very pleasant to the ears. The entire sword battle arena seemed to have become Tantai Yenyu's home ground. Everyone's gaze was focused on Tantai Yinyu. The swordsman's eyes also seemed to be filled with Tantai Yinyu's graceful figure. Many people knew that Fei Kong was at a disadvantage. If he didn't have any other methods, his defeat was only a matter of time. Chapter 678. Gentle wind and drizzle. Fresh rain on the empty mountain, continuous drizzle, gentle breeze. Her graceful and gentle figure danced in the air, sometimes like a colorful butterfly, sometimes like a willow, and sometimes like flowing water. It was like a painting of nature, beautiful beyond words. Watching Tantai Yinyu's battle was like watching a beautiful piece of art. It made people unconsciously intoxicated. Fei Kang's strength wasn't weak, but compared to Tantai Yinyu, there was still a slight difference. Fei Kang's cultivation technique wasn't as good as Tantai Yinyu's, so he had to constantly endure Tantai Yinyu's attacks and eventually lost. "Thank you for letting me win." Tantai Yinyu sheathed her sword and bowed. Her voice was still so gentle and beautiful. "Thank you for letting me win." Fei Kong also bowed. He wasn't a sore loser. "This disciple of your sword palace is quite strong." An elder of the Tantai clan chuckled and said, "However, compared to our Tantai clan's disciples, he is still a little lacking." "The second match, Qin Shanha, is up to you," an instructor of the Sword Palace said. "Facing you go." An elder of the Tantai clan smiled. Both Qin Shanha and Tantai Facing nodded and leaped onto the battle arena. Qin Shanha had a strong body and was tall and sturdy. He was like a mountain standing on the ground, steady and heavy. There was a faint trace of dominance surrounding him. On the other hand, Tantai Facing had a strong and slender body. He stood on the arena with a sense of elegance, and his eyes were like the stars. "Brother Qin, please go easy on me." Tantai Facing had a faint smile on his face as he cupped his hands towards Qin Shanha and said, "Draw your sword." Qin Shanha cupped his hands and said. His huge sword was unsheathed. Tantai Facing smiled faintly and elegantly. His sword was already in his hand, and there seemed to be starlight revolving around it. Could it be that Tantai Facing also comprehended the star quintessence? Chu Mu's heart moved as he guessed. Qin Shanha comprehended the earth quintessence and had refined it to the second revolution. When he slashed out with his huge sword, there was a faint trace of heaviness. It was like a mountain falling from the sky and crushing towards Tantai Facing. Chu Mu could tell at a glance that Qin Shanha's swordsmanship had improved a little. He might have been inspired by his battle with Sikongjan that day, and after a few months of hard work, he finally understood. However, there was still an obvious gap between Qin Shanha's swordsmanship realm and Sikongjan's. The heavy sword pressed down like a mountain, causing the members of the Tantai clan to exclaim in surprise. Tantai Facing turned into a shooting star and tore through the sky. His sword was like a meteor chasing after the moon as it tore through the sky. One was steady while the other was light. Two completely different swords clashed instantly. Qin Shanha's sword paused for a moment, while Tantai Facing borrowed the force to spin around and appeared behind Qin Shanha, slashing with his sword. The sword light was like a falling star. This sword was extremely exquisite. It was as if it was formed by the heavens, and there was no trace of it. However, Qin Shanha didn't panic in the face of danger. He wielded his giant sword calmly. His strong body spun around and brought along a strong gust of wind. The giant sword swept horizontally, and there was an ear-piercing clang. Tantai Facing's sword was instantly repelled. The giant sword cleaved with a force that could split mountains. The power on the sword dissipated, and the giant sword became light while its speed increased rapidly. Tantai Facing took advantage of the momentum to spin his body. Specks of starlight circled around his body as if it was supporting his body from falling to the ground. He spun again in midair and drew an arc to dodge Qin Shanha's giant sword while counterattacking at the same time. Tantai Facing's speed was extremely fast and light. His sword brought along specks of starlight to confuse the eyes. However, Qin Shanha's body was steady and firm like a mountain. The giant sword in his hand was as light as a feather, and he was handling it with ease. Qin Shanha's swordsmanship domain was still at the 3rd level, but his swordsmanship skills had obviously improved. Until now, neither of them had used their entry realm swords. That was a killer move that would determine the outcome of the battle. No matter what, Tantai Feishing couldn't break through Qin Shanha's defense. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to win. On the surface, Tantai Feishing was a polite person. However, he was very proud in his heart. He wouldn't allow himself to be defeated, nor could he accept a draw. He had to defeat his opponent. Sparks flew everywhere, attracting the attention of countless swordsmen around. After attacking for a long time without success, Tantai Feishing seemed to be a little impatient. As he turned around, he swung his sword light. It split into 3, and each of them looked very real. They slashed towards Qin Shanha from the left, middle, and right. When one of the sword light neared, it poured its power into it and instantly exploded. It was the entry realm. Attacks from 3 directions were very difficult for Qin Shanha to block. His giant sword could only block the entry realm sword light. The 2 sword lights on the left and right would definitely hit him. In the face of danger, Qin Shanha's expression didn't change. He swung his giant sword across the sky and poured his power into it to block Tantai Feishing's entry realm sword light. The other 2 sword lights fell in the blink of an eye. They had already broken through Qin Shanha's protective sword aura and slashed his shoulder. The power of the 2 sword lights was extraordinary. Even though Qin Shanha was wearing a King Realm armor, he might not be able to block them completely. If he was injured, it would definitely affect his performance. Under Tantai Feishing's continuous attacks, he would gradually be at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, just as Qin Shanha's shoulders were about to be hit by the sword gleams, an all-like short sword appeared in Qin Shanha's left hand. As he waved it, it turned into a shadow and instantly shattered the 2 sword gleams. The giant sword and Tantai Feishing's sword collided. Under the terrifying and ear-piercing collision, Qin Shanha's body trembled while Tantai Feishing flew back. The short sword instantly connected to the giant sword's head, turning the giant sword into a unique sword weapon. With a swing of the sword, the short sword silently pierced towards Tantai Feishing, who was approaching again. Tantai Feishing was indeed formidable, but he wasn't as good as Sikongzhan. When facing Qin Shanha, who suddenly changed his battle style, it was hard for him to deal with it accurately. As he revolved, the unique giant sword seemed to be formed by nature. Furthermore, it was constantly increasing its power as it slashed down again. It was an entry realm sword. Tantai Feishing's expression changed drastically. This sword was like a mountain pressing down on him, suffocating him. When he wanted to use the entry realm to block, his reaction was slightly slower and he was barely able to react. As the giant sword slashed down, Tantai Feishing blocked it. However, the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and the sword flew out of his hand. He flew backward and uncontrollably fell off the stage. His chest was swollen and stuffy. Compared to the injuries on his body, Tantai Feishing felt even worse. He actually lost. The few elders of the Tantai clan didn't look too good either. "Thank you for letting me win." Qin Shanha cupped his hands and said to Tantai Feishing, "Thank you for letting me win." Tantai Feishing might feel terrible in his heart, but he still had the proper demeanor. He cupped his hands as well. Victory and defeat are common for swordsmen. You will only know the taste of victory after experiencing defeat. Tantai Tianlong patted on Tantai Feishing's shoulder and spoke with a trace of a smile. "Big brother Tianlong, the last match is up to you. You must defeat him." Tantai Feishing nodded forcefully. He glanced at Chumu and spoke to Tantai Tianlong. Tantai Tianlong only smiled and nodded slightly. He didn't say anything, but his expression was extremely confident. It was as though defeating Chu Mu wasn't something difficult for him. Tianlong is the number 1 in our Tantai clan's outer INSTI toot. Tianlong will fight in the last match. One of the elders of the Tantai clan spoke. He seemed to have thought of something and revealed a smear of a smile. The other elders and the members of the Tantai clan revealed smiles as well. Their expressions told the members of the Sky Edge Sword Palace that victory was in sight. They had absolute confidence in Tantai Tianlong. It could be seen that Tantai Tianlong, who had yet to fight, had extraordinary strength and was extremely tyrannical. Chu Mu is also the number 1 official disciple of our Sky Edge Sword Palace. He will fight in the last match as well. One of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's instructors smiled and nodded to indicate Chu Mu. Tantai Tianlong leaped up like a dragon soaring in the sky. He took a few steps forward and landed on the sword battle arena like a wriggling flood dragon. There was an indescribable dominance and elegance. Chu Mu didn't even take any stance, but his figure moved like a shadow. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and Chu Mu appeared on the sword battle arena. Great movement technique. Tantai Tianlong revealed a trace of a smile and said slowly, I originally thought that my opponent would be Sikong Zhan. I didn't expect it to be you. When Tantai Tianlong mentioned Sikong Zhan's name, there was a trace of astonishing sharpness that flashed across his eyes. There seemed to be a trace of unwillingness. Chu Mu knew about Tantai Tianlong's unusual look from Ji Tianxiang. For years ago, the Sky Edge Sword Palace had sent a few people to the Tantai clan for an exchange. The number 1 official disciple of the Sky Edge Sword Palace was Sikong Zhan. Back then, Sikong Zhan swept across the Tantai clan's outer courtyard and was unmatched. Tantai Tianlong had yet to reveal his outstanding talent in the Tantai clan's outer courtyard, but he had personally witnessed Sikong Zhan's prowess. After that, he used it as a form of motivation to improve himself. This time, he felt that he had become strong enough and wanted to have a showdown with Sikong Zhan. He didn't expect that his opponent wasn't Sikong Zhan, but a swordsman from the small world. Tantai Tianlong didn't know much about the small world, and he didn't have the intention to look down on Chu Mu. However, he felt that apart from Sikong Zhan, no one in the Sky Edge Sword Palace's outer courtyard was a match for him. Chu Mu wasn't a match either. This wasn't arrogance, but a kind of belief. The belief in himself, the belief that he would win. A boundless aura was emitted from Tantai Tianlong's body. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon's roar that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Compared to Tantai Tianlong's increasingly powerful and boundless aura, Chu Mu seemed very ordinary. He stood there and looked ordinary. However, the few elders of the Tantai clan had a grave expression, while the Sword Palace's instructors nodded their heads secretly with a trace of satisfaction flashing across their faces. Unmoved by external objects, no matter how majestic the other party's aura was, he would remain unmoved like a mountain and as deep as the sea. This was a kind of state and also a kind of belief. It was a belief that was superior to Tantai Tianlong's. The smile on the corner of Tantai Tianlong's mouth vanished and was replaced by a trace of seriousness. He didn't dare to underestimate Chu Mu anymore. There was a voice in the depths of his heart that reminded him to treat Chu Mu as a true opponent, a powerful enemy. Gradually, Sikong Zhan's figure in Tantai Tianlong's heart was replaced by Chu Mu's figure. This was the final battle of the exchange, and it was also the battle that would determine the victor. Chapter 679. After this battle, I will remember your name. Tantai Tianlong said slowly. Every word was powerful like a dragon's roar. After this battle, you won't forget my name either. Chu Mu said indifferently. The two sentences were almost the same, but they contained two different meanings. Ha 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 ha. Tantai Tianlong couldn't help but burst out in laughter. His figure flashed like a dragon, soaring across the sky. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at Chu Mu. The sword was like a breeze, a thunderclap, and a torrent. It wasn't restricted by any form, which made Chu Mu's eyes light up. This sword displayed Tantai Tianlong's sword art realm, which was above Qin Shanhe. When the eight-sided sky, desolate sword was unsheathed, Tantai Tianlong saw a fine arc of light in front of him. It was like a line of light between the sky and the water. It appeared from nothing and shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared. In terms of sword art realm, Chu Mu, who had comprehended the combat style, had more variations and was more fluent. He was above Tantai Tianlong. It was fine if he didn't draw his sword, but once he drew his sword, the expressions of the Tantai clan's elders changed. What a profound sword art realm. Tianlong is in trouble. An elder transmitted a message. Not necessarily. Tianlong's sword intent and quintessence have been refined to the third revolution. His control of strength has also reached the advanced stage a few days ago. Once he uses his full strength, he will definitely be able to defeat his opponent. Another elder transmitted a message. That's right. Tianlong's talent can be ranked in the top 3 in our Tantai clan for the past 10,000 years. He is definitely not below Sikongzhan. It is already a great fortune for the Sky Edge Sword Palace to have Sikongzhan. The third elder transmitted a message. Tianlong will definitely win this battle. He will also be able to suppress the Sky Edge Sword Palace's arrogance and take back the loss from a few years ago. The fourth elder transmitted a message. Smiles appeared on the faces of the elders. In the blink of an eye, Tantai Tianlong's sword changed dozens of times. Each sword contained dozens of changes, and all of them were aimed at Chu Mu's flaws. However, those flaws disappeared in an instant. As for Chu Mu's sword, it was a simple slash. When it landed in front of Tantai Tianlong's eyes, there were hundreds of thousands of variations. Each variation gave him a feeling that he could not dodge or dodge, as if there was nowhere safe in the world. Tantai Tianlong released his spiritual consciousness and covered the surroundings. The trajectory of Chu Mu's sword immediately appeared in his spiritual consciousness. With a slash of the sword, there was the sound of wind and thunder, but it disappeared in an instant. His sword's speed increased to the extreme, piercing through Chu Mu's sword and stabbing towards Chu Mu's forehead, causing Chu Mu to feel a piercing pain from his forehead. The third revolution, sword intent, was unstoppable. Tantai Tianlong's application of sword intent had also reached the extreme. When the sword pierced through Chu Mu's protective sword aura and approached his forehead, Tantai Tianlong's sword Origin Profound was injected and his strength exploded. The strength reached the tip of the sword, giving Chu Mu an illusion that his forehead was pierced through. When the sword pierced through Chu Mu's head, Tantai Tianlong's expression changed. He felt that the sword had no strength at all. It was just an afterimage. Under the spiritual consciousness, Tantai Tianlong vaguely felt a blurry sword light coming from the side. He released his strength again and hurriedly moved to the side. However, Chu Mu's sword followed him like a shadow and still came from the side. Tantai Tianlong performed his movement technique and changed dozens of times, but he still couldn't get rid of Chu Mu's sword. In terms of understanding of the sword, Chu Mu was above Tantai Tianlong. His sword art realm was higher than Tantai Tianlong's, and his control of strength was more profound than Tantai Tianlong's. No matter how one looked at it, Tantai Tianlong couldn't be compared with Chu Mu. After a dozen changes, Tantai Tianlong managed to obtain a sliver of an opportunity to swing his sword towards Chu Mu. When the two swords clashed, the sword intense clashed. Tantai Tianlong's expression changed. His pure third revolution sword intent was actually defeated. His palm trembled, and his sword was about to fly out of his hand. He quickly tightened his grip. Fourth revolution sword intent. Tantai Tianlong was shocked. The few elders of the Tantai clan also had a drastic change in expression. They no longer dared to think that Tantai Tianlong could win against Chu Mu. The instructors of the Sword Palace were also dumbfounded. They knew that Chu Mu's sword intent was at least at the third revolution, but they didn't dare to think that it was at the fourth revolution. The sword intent quintessence would be refined with every revolution and increase in rank. Thinking about it, Chu Mu hadn't been in the Sky Edge Sword Palace for more than half a year. Before that, it was impossible for him to obtain the 9 Revolution Heart imprint art. In other words, in less than half a year, Chu Mu had refined his sword intent to the 4th revolution. This was something that other swordsmen would need at least 10 years to achieve. In fact, most of the swordsmen wouldn't be able to do it because their soul spirit couldn't withstand it. His sword intent had reached the 4th revolution. This meant that as long as Chu Mu didn't die, his future achievements would be at least the high-grade Sword of Gojoseon. However, this wasn't what truly shocked the instructors. In the immemorial world, the human race might be declining, but there was still a large population. There were plenty of geniuses that were born, and there were plenty of geniuses that could refine their sword intent to the 4th revolution. However, none of them were able to do it within half a year. With a superior sword art and a 4th revolution sword intent, Chu Mu was able to suppress Tantai Tianlong. Tantai Tianlong had used all his means, but he was only able to withstand Chu Mu's sword for a short period of time. In the end, Chu Mu pointed his sword at his throat and defeated him. The Tantai clan elders had already guessed this outcome, but they still found it hard to accept it after it happened. A few years ago, they were defeated. Now, they were defeated again. A few years ago, the Sky Edge Sword Palace had Sikongjan. A few years later, there was another Chu Mu. The Sword Palace is indeed filled with talents. They might have been defeated, but they couldn't let the battle go. It was just a fluke. One of the instructors smiled and was delighted in his heart. However, our Tantai clan's bloodline power will only be revealed after reaching the God-congealing realm. Therefore, the future Tianlong will definitely be able to defeat Chu Mu. Another Tantai clan elder spoke with unwillingness. What he said was true. Swordsmen who possessed the bloodline power inheritance would only reveal their bloodline power after reaching the God-congealing realm, surpassing ordinary swordsmen. After reaching the God-congealing realm, I will fight with you again. Tantai Tianlong stared at Chu Mu and spoke word by word. Anytime. Chu Mu smiled faintly. From then on, the simple exchange between the Tantai clan and the Sky Edge Sword Palace had ended. The following matters were the instructors. Originally, the Tantai clan was planning to tour the Sky Edge Sword Palace after the exchange. However, because Tantai Tianlong was defeated by Chu Mu, he wasn't in the mood to tour the Sky Edge Sword Palace. After the Tantai clan's elders and instructors exchanged some pleasantries, they brought Tantai Tianlong and the other 2 onto the sky-soaring battleship and left swiftly. On the sky-soaring battleship, Tantai Tianlong looked at the ground and contracted his eyes. He looked at Chu Mu and used a voice that only he could hear to say something. His expression was getting increasingly determined and cold. Instructors, if there is nothing else, I will be taking my leave. Chu Mu took a glance at the sky-soaring battleship and withdrew his gaze before speaking to the instructors. Go ahead and cultivate well. The instructors spoke with hope in their eyes. Qin Shanha and Fei Kong also bade farewell. Chu Mu, in a few days I will be applying for the Sword Supreme exam to become an elite disciple. Qin Shanha followed Chu Mu with large strides and said, I think you will also become an elite disciple soon. When the time comes, why don't we join the same team? We will talk about it when the time comes. Chu Mu replied, All right, we will talk about it when the time comes. Qin Shanha didn't linger on this issue. He spoke a few more words with Chu Mu before leaving. He returned to his sword tower and prepared for the Sword Supreme exam. As for Fei Kong, he still had some animosity towards Chu Mu. Therefore, he didn't converse with Chu Mu. Defeating the strongest sword practitioner of the Tantai clan's outer INSTI. Toot was the icing on the cake for Chu Mu. After returning to the sword tower, Chu Mu seized the time to cultivate. His sword intent had already reached the fourth revolution. Chu Mu spent all his time on tempering the ripping quintessence. He had to reach the fourth revolution before the appointed time with the chief instructor. Only then would his strength increase by several folds. Only then would he be able to pass the last stage of the sword puppet formation. There was less than a month left. Every day, he would spend 16 hours tempering the power of the ripping quintessence. Due to the restraint of the other quintessences, the tempering speed of the ripping quintessence was much slower than the sword intent. The tempering time for each revolution was much longer than the sword intent. However, Chu Mu was confident that he could temper the ripping quintessence to the fourth revolution in the remaining time. Other than tempering the ripping quintessence, Chu Mu also focused on the cultivation of the control of his strength. He had a feeling that he wasn't far from breaking through to the next level. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. On the first floor of the sword tower, Chu Mu, who was cultivating his sword skills, suddenly paused. He maintained the posture of thrusting out his sword and froze. He felt that his body seemed to have broken through some shackles. There was a surging feeling of power. Immediately after, Chu Mu's body didn't move at all. He just shook his wrist gently. There seemed to be a luster flashing on the 8-sided sky desolate sword. There seemed to be ripples in the air around the sword. Subsequently, there were traces of light condensing at the tip of the 8-sided sky desolate sword. It only took an instant before it was shot out. It was a ray of sword light. It was so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. The sword light broke through the air at an indescribable speed. In an instant, it hit the seal of the sword tower. With a bang, the sword light exploded and the seal caved in. Layers of ripples spread out like water ripples. After a full 3 breaths, the seal caved in and the ripples disappeared. The power of this ray of sword light was no less than that of Chu Mu's deep realm. It directly pierced into the seal. Extreme realm. Chu Mu kept staring at the seal. After 3 breaths, he muttered to himself. There were 3 levels in the realm: initial realm, deep realm, and extreme realm. The extreme realm sword could condense all of one's strength and turn it into a ray of sword light. Its power wasn't inferior to a direct attack with a sword. Next, let me see how many sword strikes I can unleash in a row in the extreme realm. The number of times a sword strike could unleash in a row was related to the battle strength of a swordsman. Think about it. If 2 people fought, one could unleash 8 sword strikes in a row, while the other could unleash 10 sword strikes in a row. In a situation where all other aspects were equal, the second person would obviously have the upper hand. Chapter 680. Qin Shanha passed the Sword Venerable test and was given the title of Mountain River Sword Venerable. He bid farewell to Chu Mu and said that he would wait for Chu Mu among the elite disciples before leaving the official disciple status. Time flew by, and something else happened. Zong Qingtian, Zhu Wudao, Yan Juyo, and Gu Jianghe all left the status of odd job disciple and passed the test to become official disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. Chu Mu only smiled when he learned of this. On the ancient sword continent, these 4 were without a doubt the pride of the heavens. Even in the immemorial world, their talent and potential were much better than ordinary swordsmen. After passing the odd job disciple stage, this kind of training made their minds more stable, which was more beneficial for their future. After becoming an official disciple and enjoying the cultivation resources of an official disciple, Chu Mu believed that they would definitely rise. Their speed might not be comparable to his, but they would definitely surpass many swordsmen. True geniuses could rise again no matter what kind of environment they were in, even if they had to go through a downturn. 3 more days. The tearing profound had finally reached the 4th revolution. Chu Mu's essence, energy, and soul rose to the peak. A terrifying sharpness was emitted without restraint. The air within a 30-meter radius was completely filled with it. All the dust particles were suspended in the air, creating a dusky haze. Chu Mu's eyes flashed. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were clear. The sharpness that filled 100 feet had disappeared. The dust particles fell and settled. It's time to challenge the last stage of the puppet sword formation. Sighing softly, Chu Mu took a step forward and turned into an afterimage. He left the sword tower and headed for the puppet sword formation area. Chu Mu's appearance attracted the attention of countless swordsmen. Among the official disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, Chu Mu was the leader. Zhong Qingtian, Zhu Wudao, Yan Juyo, Gu Jianghe, and the others all rushed to the puppet sword formation area. Half a year ago, they became odd jobs and Chu Mu became an official disciple. Half a year had passed and Chu Mu had become the #1 official disciple, while they had just become official disciples. It seemed that the gap between them and Chu Mu was getting bigger and bigger. As soon as Chu Mu entered the puppet sword array area, all the swordsmen around the puppet sword array were attracted to him. After entering one of the puppet sword arrays, Chu Mu began to challenge the sword array. Just like last time, the strength of his spiritual power did not increase. Chu Mu did not need to comprehend the sword formations in front of him. With the help of his sword finger, he continuously passed through the sword formations. One level after another, in less than 10 breaths of time, Chu Mu had reached the 7th level. At this point, it was time for Chu Mu to treat this seriously. He unsheathed the 8-sided desolation swords and spent some time to easily pass the 8-fold sword formation of the 7th level, the 8th stage of the puppet sword formation. 9 transformations, sword formation. Last time, Chu Mu could only withstand the pressure of the 9 transformations, sword formation. One revolution after another was like a millstone crushing him. He had no chance to comprehend the mysteries of the 9 transformations, sword formation. But now, his strength had increased several times. He could completely withstand the pressure of the 9 transformations, sword formation, and comprehend the mysteries of the 9 transformations, sword formation. The pressure of the 9 transformations, sword formation, was very strange. One revolution after another was like a millstone, constantly crushing over. The pressure on the spiritual level and the physical level were both present. Under the double pressure, one's resistance would be constantly worn down until it was unbearable. At this time, Chu Mu was resisting the crushing pressure of the 9 transformations, sword formation, with absolute strength. No matter how the 9 transformations, sword formation crushed him, it was unable to make Chu Mu feel strained. This was because Chu Mu's strength had increased several times. Under the pressure of the 9 transformations, sword formation, the 9 transformations sword puppet unsheathed its sword and launched an endless stream of attacks on Chu Mu. These attacks were sometimes like a continuous drizzle, sometimes like a gentle breeze, sometimes like a raging thunderbolt, and sometimes like a heavy earth crushing down. Chu Mu released his spiritual consciousness and performed the flying swan illusory steps. He constantly dodged the attacks of the 9 transformations, sword puppet. At the same time, he constantly felt the mysteries of the 9 transformations, sword formation. He memorized it and slowly comprehended it. Although the 9 transformations, sword formation, was also one of the basic sword formations, compared to the previous sword formations, it was more mysterious and exquisite. It was also more difficult to comprehend. Chu Mu has become stronger. Rumor has it that his sword intent has reached the 4th revolution. It seems like even his profound has reached the 4th revolution. 4th revolution, sword intent. 4th revolution, profound. Terrifying, what a terrifying guy. With this kind of strength, even if he becomes an elite disciple, he will be able to stand out very quickly. I can already confirm that once Chu Mu becomes an elite disciple, he will definitely be invited by the 3 great battle teams. The 3 great battle teams. Many swordsmen revealed a yearning expression. Joining a strong battle team was much better than joining a weak battle team. That might not be the case. In the crowd, a swordsman sneered and said, "It was Jin Mulei who had been defeated by Chu Mu." Within the 9 transformations sword formation, Chu Mu had already comprehended the mysteries of the 9 transformations sword formation and reached the limit as of now. It's time to break the formation. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu did not dodge this time. He unsheathed the Desolation Sky sword, and the sword seemed to disappear into the void. Then, it suddenly appeared the neck of a sword puppet. With a burst of power, the profound realm sword beheaded the puppet. The 9 transformations sword formation became incomplete, and flaws appeared. Under Chu Mu's sword, the 9 transformations sword puppet was quickly defeated by Chu Mu. The 9 transformations sword formation was broken. He passed it. Chu Mu is going to pass the last stage of the puppet sword formation. I wonder what kind of power the last stage of the puppet sword formation has. Jin Mulei's face was gloomy. Ever since he was defeated by Chu Mu, he had been holding a grudge against Chu Mu. Therefore, he could not bear to see Chu Mu doing well. The 9th stage of the puppet sword formation was also the last stage. 10 directions sword formation. There were 10 sword puppets in the 10 directions sword formation. They stood in a circle and surrounded Chu Mu. In a split second, the 10 directions sword formation was activated. A wave of pressure spread out, making Chu Mu feel like he was in a small world with nowhere to hide. The pressure attacked his spiritual world and his body. There was even a trace of unstoppable pressure that seeped into his body and attacked his internal organs. Chu Mu's qi and blood showed signs of surging. Fortunately, Chu Mu had cultivated the Sky Desolate sword body. He did not let go of any part of his body and had completely refined it. His internal organs were more than 10 times stronger than ordinary origin realm swordsmen. Therefore, he was able to withstand the pressure. However, the pressure was unimaginably huge. Chu Mu only felt his body sink as if he was about to sink. The intense star in his spiritual world was constantly flickering. It spread out faint starlight ripples and shattered the waves of pressure. The 10 directions sword puppet was activated. When the sword was unsheathed, there was nowhere to hide. Chu Mu felt like he could not dodge and could only attack with his sword. When the sword was unsheathed, Chu Mu immediately felt that it was difficult. The terrifying pressure turned into chains that wrapped around his sword and arm. Chu Mu had no choice but to erupt with even more power to move normally. Without a doubt, this would consume even more power. Chu Mu did not dare to waste any time. The pressure of the 10 directions sword formation was too terrifying. He did not know how long he could last if he continued to stay here. Therefore, he could only erupt with all his power and break the formation immediately. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. With a ripping sound, Chu Mu's back was cut open by the sword. Blood spurted out, and the wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Intense pain spread throughout his body, causing the corner of Chu Mu's eyes to twitch slightly. If he had not dodged fast enough, half of his body would have been cut open. Breaking through the sword puppet formation was also life-threatening. Not daring to hold back, Chu Mu took out a top-notch royal-grade sword in his left hand. With a flick of his wrist, he controlled his power and unleashed his profound realm sword. In the blink of an eye, 2 swords slashed at the same sword puppet. One sword broke the sword puppet's sword, while the other split the sword puppet's head. The 10 directions sword puppet was stronger than the other sword puppets. For example, Chu Mu only needed 1 sword to defeat the 9 transformations sword puppet, but the 10 directions sword puppet needed 2 swords. After 8 consecutive sword strikes, 4 sword puppets were defeated by Chu Mu. However, the 10 directions sword formation did not seem to be broken. The remaining 6 sword puppets changed their positions and formed a hexagonal sword formation that was even stronger than the previous one. From this point, one could see the difference between the 10 directions sword formation and the previous 8 sword formations. Dual swords. Could it be that Chu Mu is proficient in dual swords? The surrounding swordsmen were all shocked. Could it be that he did not use his full strength when breaking through the sword formation before? Chu Mu temporarily obtained a chance to catch his breath. He quickly executed the flying swan illusory steps and wandered around the sword formation to recover the energy he had expended. The pressure of the sword formation decreased significantly, and the suppression on Chu Mu was not as obvious. It was already within the range of Chu Mu's endurance. As long as he caught his breath, he would be able to defeat the sword formation. After 10 breaths, Chu Mu, who was wielding dual swords, recovered some of his strength and calmed down. Chu Mu controlled his muscles to close up, and the wound on his back stopped bleeding. He attacked again. With dual swords in hand, I am invincible. It had been a long time since Chu Mu used dual swords, but he did not give up on comprehending dual swords. His current dual swords had already reached the peak of Desheng, and its power was even stronger. 1 sword thrust, 1 sword slash, 1 sword slash, 1 sword parry, 1 sword attack. With dual swords in hand, he cooperated with each other, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. His attacks and defenses interchanged as if they were made by heaven, and there were no flaws. Another sword puppet was defeated by Chu Mu's sword. The remaining 5 sword puppets changed again, forming the 5 elements sword formation. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining 4 sword puppets formed the 4 symbols sword formation, tripartite, sword formation, duality, sword formation. There was only 1 sword puppet left. This sword puppet's body shook, and from the other 9 sword puppets that had been defeated, streams of energy flew out and entered the body of the last sword puppet. The energy of this sword puppet suddenly increased by 2 times, and its sword attacks became sharper and more powerful. At this point in the battle, Chu Mu did not have much strength left. The wound on his back was closed, but it constantly emitted waves of tearing pain, disturbing Chu Mu's mind. This was because there were traces of tenacious sword intent wreaking havoc in the wound. The last one. Chu Mu's face was pale as he clenched his teeth. This was the final moment, and he could not waste all his previous efforts. He had to defeat the last sword puppet. Chapter 681. One-on-one. At this time, Chu Mu was relying on his incomparably tenacious willpower. The stinging pain from the wound on his back constantly assaulted his entire body. Chu Mu held a sword in each hand as he faced off against the remaining sword puppet. The powerful sword puppet's powerful and imposing aura wantonly condensed into one that charged towards Chu Mu. It was as if 10,000 swords were hurtling towards him, causing Chu Mu's protective sword aura to shatter. The long robe on his body was sliced open, causing him to cut a very sorry figure. There were also several small wounds on his face, blood seeping out. However, Chu Mu's expression did not change. He did not move at all. His eyes flashed as he stared at the sword puppet opposite him. The strength in his body was slowly recovering. The sword puppet moved. It turned into an afterimage and surpassed Chu Mu's line of sight. It attacked with a sword. This sword strike was like wind, water, fire, and thunder. Chu Mu's heart trembled. His 2 swords transformed into a coiling dragon and a fierce tiger. The 2 figures collided in an instant and then crossed each other. Chu Mu's 2 swords instantly crossed. One was forward, one was backward, one was up, and one was down. 2 obscure, sword light, crossed each other. The moment the 2 swords attacked, Chu Mu used deep penetration. These 2 swords entered deep penetration and used up all of Chu Mu's remaining strength in one fell swoop. A feeling of weakness and emptiness instantly enveloped his body. Chu Mu had no choice but to use his sword to support his body. His breathing was disordered, his head was dizzy, and the scene in front of him was somewhat blurry. If the sword puppet attacked again at this time, Chu Mu would be in danger. However, the sword puppet did not move. It maintained its posture of stabbing out with its sword. 2 sword marks appeared on its body, forming a cross and passing through its body. In the next breath, the sword puppet's body swayed and fell, splitting into 4 pieces. Chumu really passed the last stage of the sword puppet formation. The spectating swordsmen cried out in surprise. They were filled with disbelief, shock, and excitement. Chumu was still recovering his strength in the Decagon sword array. The Decagon sword array automatically recovered, and Chumu was surprised to find that a ball of light had appeared in front of him, emitting a mysterious fluctuation. Chumu grabbed the ball of light and pressed it against his forehead. Instantly, a stream of information flowed from the ball of light into Chumu's forehead. Sword formation basics. After the transmission of the information in the ball of light was completed, it disappeared again. Chumu stood in the middle of the sword array, recovering his strength while closing his eyes to read the information in his mind. The foundation of the sword formation was also the basic sword formation. It included the arrangement method, principle, composition, operation, transformation, and other profoundness of the yin-yang sword formation to the ten direction sword formation. Chumu only gave it a cursory glance and immediately understood that the foundation of this sword formation contained a complete basic sword formation, starting from the yin-yang sword formation, followed by the tripartite sword formation, the 4 symbols sword formation, and finally the 10 directions sword formation. There was a lot of content in the sword formation, and it contained a lot of profoundness. It required a lot of time to comprehend it, and now was not a good time. After recovering some of his strength, Chumu put away his 2 swords and left the 10 directions sword array with a thought. According to instructor Ji Tianxiang, he was the 3rd disciple since the establishment of the Sky Edge Sword Palace to pass the last stage of the puppet sword formation, the 10 directions sword array. He would be recorded in the Sword Palace's history. The swordsmen automatically made way for Chumu, and all of them paid respect to Chumu with deep reverence in their eyes. At this moment, Chumu had completely conquered them. The image of Sikongjan in the swordsmen's hearts was completely shattered and was replaced by an even larger and more condensed image. It was Chumu, the #1 official disciple of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, the well-deserved #1. What? You still want to say that Chumu is inferior to Sikongjan? How is that possible? Chumu can pass the last stage of the puppet sword formation, but can Sikongjan pass it? If Sikongjan could pass it, he would have done it long ago. Even Sikongjan, who had become an elite disciple, might not be able to raise his strength to the point where he could pass the 9th stage of the puppet sword formation in just over a month. At this point, Chumu's position in the hearts of the official disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace was unparalleled, unless there was someone else who could pass the 9th stage of the puppet sword formation. Soon, the news of Chumu passing the 9th stage of the puppet sword formation spread out. Every instructor knew about it, and instructor Ji Tianxiang was grinning from ear to ear the entire day. Good kid, you really did not disappoint me. After some time, Chumu carefully read through the basics of the sword formation. Because he had passed the puppet sword formation a few times before, he had some understanding of the duality, sword formation, to the 9 revolutions, sword formation. He had already surpassed the superficial level and reached the beginner level. As a result, Chumu naturally gained various comprehensions from the bottom of his heart as he read it carefully. His understanding of the various sword formations deepened by a bit. However, sword formations were still sword formations in the end. They were broad and profound, and it was not easy to completely comprehend them. It often required extremely high comprehension ability and a long period of research and comprehension. Those with insufficient comprehension ability would not be able to comprehend the beginner level, no matter how much time they spent. Chumu carefully read it a few more times. He savored it one by one and understood it word by word. After that, he put it together and understood it as a whole. Immediately, his understanding of the various basic sword formations deepened again. Although it is only the basics of the sword formation, it contains various mysteries. It will take at least a few years to completely comprehend it, so a day or two won't make much of a difference. I'll first recover the energy I used to pass the sword formation, and then I'll apply for the sword exalt test. Chu Mu said slowly as he slowly exhaled. Strands of white filth shot into the sky like swords, only dispersing a dozen meters away. Closing his eyes, the world disappeared and fell into darkness. All distracting thoughts were obliterated in the darkness and turned into nothingness. In less than 3 breaths of time, Chu Mu entered a meditative state. The consciousness star in his spiritual world was dim and lightless. This was because his spiritual consciousness had been overused when he passed the sword formation of 10 directions. The Southern Dipper Mind, refining scripture, operated the Heavenly Mansion Stars chapter. There seemed to be a faint light flickering in the dim consciousness star. As time passed and the cultivation method operated, the faint light gradually grew stronger. Gradually, the starlight flickered and became bright. The consumed spiritual consciousness was also rapidly recovering. A few hours later, the consciousness star in his spiritual world shone brightly. It was like a real star hanging high in the sky. His spiritual consciousness had been completely restored. Ordinary swordsmen would often fall into a coma once their spiritual consciousness was overused. They would only wake up when their spiritual consciousness naturally recovered a little. However, Chu Mu was different. He cultivated the Southern Dipper Mind, refining scripture. The Southern Dipper Mind, refining scripture, had a total of 6 chapters. Chu Mu had cultivated the first chapter and condensed a consciousness star, concentrating all his thoughts. After that, the potential of his spiritual consciousness was constantly developed. The most primitive spiritual consciousness that had not been tempered began to exist in his spiritual world. Although this spiritual consciousness was not pure enough and its strength was very low, it was enough to keep Chu Mu awake. When his spiritual consciousness recovered to its peak, Chu Mu began to operate the Heavenly Desolate sword scripture to restore the Heavenly Desolate sword origin. As for his physical strength, it naturally recovered in the process of restoring his spiritual consciousness. The consumption this time was too great. It was not until the next morning that he completely recovered. After recovering, Chu Mu felt refreshed again. There was a feeling of being reborn after being broken. On the first floor of the sword tower, Chu Mu practiced a few rounds of swordsmanship. After stretching his muscles and bones, he left the sword tower and went to the residence of instructor Ji Tianxiang. Ji Tianxiang rubbed his chin with his index finger and thumb as he walked around Chu Mu. His narrowed eyes were filled with a sharp light as they fell on Chu Mu. It was as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. From time to time, a clicking sound came from his mouth. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a wretched uncle. Good boy, good boy. Ji Tianxiang finally stopped walking. He stood in front of Chu Mu and sighed repeatedly. The immemorial world was full of outstanding people. There are countless geniuses and experts. However, he had never seen or heard of someone like Chu Mu, who was improving rapidly almost every moment. Your sword intent and profundity have probably already been tempered to the 4th revolution, right? Ji Tianxiang exclaimed in admiration as he said, half a year. In merely half a year, your sword intent and profound power have been refined to the 4th revolution. It's unimaginable. Thinking back, it took him an entire 10 years to refine from perfection to the 4th revolution. That speed could be considered to be above average. However, after reaching the 4th revolution, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to improve because it was already the limit of what his soul could endure. I estimate that with the strength of your soul, it's enough to refine your sword intent and profound power to the 5th or even 6th revolution. Ji Tianxiang exclaimed in admiration again. Once it's refined to the 6th revolution, you'll be a peak existence among the elite disciples. Chu Mu did not speak. but his heart shook when he heard Ji Tianxiang's words. In other words, there were swordsmen who had refined their sword intent and profound to the sixth revolution among the elite disciples. However, there shouldn't be many of them. As for whether there were swordsmen who had refined their sword intent and profound to the seventh revolution, that was unknown. "Instructor, I would like to apply for the Venerable Sword examination," Chu Mu said after a thought. "There are only 2 days left until the time set by the head instructor. It's indeed time for you to take the Venerable Sword examination." Ji Tianxiang nodded his head. He already knew why Chu Mu had come. The Sword Sovereign exam isn't hard with your current strength. However, you still have to be careful because there may be some accidents. This is something every sword practitioner can't avoid during the exam. Chu Mu did not know if the Venerable Sword examination in the immemorial world was the same as the one in the ancient sword continent. If it was just the ancient sword continent's examination method, he was confident that he could pass easily. "Follow me. I'll give you a simple explanation of the Venerable Sword examination method," Ji Tianxiang said as he led Chu Mu out of the sword tower and towards the Venerable Sword examination location. As one of the 3 major human factions in the Zillian continent, the Sky Edge Sword Palace naturally had the qualifications to take the Venerable Sword examination. Not long after, Chu Mu followed Ji Tianxiang to the mission hall of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's official disciple area. Under Chu Mu's astonishment, Ji Tianxiang led Chu Mu deeper into the hall and pushed open a closed door. Chapter 682. The trunk of the tree was so thick that it would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. It was more than 100 zhang tall, and the huge tree crown was like a dark green canopy that covered a radius of several hundred zhang. Such towering and ancient trees could be seen everywhere. They were shaped like sharp swords that were at least 1 zhang tall. They were greenish-black, straight and tough, and pointed to the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be traces of sharpness. The surrounding grass could be seen everywhere. There were also millstone-sized sawtoothed leaves that twined in circles. The thick vines that were as thick as an arm or a leg and had a greenish-black skin that seemed to have dark red blood vessels inside them crawling all over the thick tree trunk. This was the forest of the immemorial world. It was an extremely ancient and primitive forest. The sun of the immemorial world hung high in the sky, illuminating the earth. The blazing light was like countless sharp swords that shot down, penetrating through the canopy of the towering trees, through the dense branches and leaves, and through the countless gaps. It scattered on the ancient and primitive grass of the forest, forming countless mottled silhouettes. A tranquil aura spread through the forest, as if it was emitted from the giant trees, the grass, and the vines. It added a bit of mystery to this ancient and primitive forest. A figure leisurely appeared, and the grass in front of him naturally parted a little. Chu Mu's fingers gently stroked the grass, and he was slightly surprised. The grass of the immemorial world was sharp and tough, and was actually not inferior to a middle-grade sword. In other words, if this grass was brought back to the ancient sword continent and slightly modified, it could become a middle-grade mystic sword. However, such grass could be found all over the ground. Chu Mu's footsteps were silent. His arrival did not cause any changes in the aura of this ancient and primitive forest, because he had perfectly concealed his aura. The condensation of the intense star allowed Chu Mu to use the hidden edge art to the extreme. Why did Chu Mu leave the Sky Edge Sword Palace and come to this ancient and primitive forest? It was very simple. It was for the Sword Venerates test. As expected, the Sword Venerates test in the immemorial world was completely different from the one in the ancient sword continent. The Sword Venerates test in the ancient sword continent was to fight an opponent in the 100 Saints Alliance's branch palace and defeat that opponent to become a Sword Venerate. The Sword Venerates test in the immemorial world was much more difficult and dangerous. This was because the Sword Saint examination in the immemorial world required one to truly kill a powerful enemy. As for what kind of powerful enemy it wasn't certain. The examination would be randomly selected. Chu Mu had drawn a new assessment mission. The content of the assessment was to enter the dark forest to the north of the Sky Edge Sword Palace and find and kill a group of human evil swordsmen. There were a total of 5 of them. There were both good and evil swordsmen of the human race, and they had existed since ancient times. Sword practitioners of the righteous path absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper their bodies. They stepped onto the path of the sword and fought against the heavens. However, sword practitioners of the evil path were different. They were a group of evil existences who had lost themselves in the pursuit of power. They killed many, consumed blood, and refined souls. In order to increase their own strength, they would do anything. There were even some sword practitioners of the evil path who had become neither human nor ghost. Recently, these 5 swordsmen of the evil path had attacked several times. They had massacred the humans living near the dark forest and sucked their blood and marrow dry. This had caused quite a bit of panic. This matter was reported to the Sky Edge Sword Palace. After the sword of Gojosian of the Sky Edge Sword Palace had checked the corpses, he concluded that there were at least 5 evil swordsmen who had committed the crime. They were all in the Origin Realm, and their sword intent and profound had not yet reached the second transformation. Therefore, it became a mission. However, the disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace who had accepted the mission never returned. However, the 5 swordsmen of the evil path seemed to know that their whereabouts had been exposed, so they hid in the dark forest and never appeared again. Therefore, this mission was upgraded to a Sword Venerate assessment mission. If the swordsmen of the assessment were unable to complete this mission, the mission would be upgraded again and become an elite disciple mission. The dark forest was very big. Finding the 5 evil swordsmen of the evil path was like finding a needle in a haystack. If the 5 swordsmen of the evil path were determined to hide, even a few sword of Gojosian would not be able to find them. Chu Mu restrained his aura, but released his spiritual consciousness. It covered 100-meter radius. Even the smallest speck of dust could be detected by Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness. Even the slightest movement could not escape from Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness. The Sword Venerate assessment mission was randomly selected. It would be the mission that was chosen. If one wanted to change the mission, they would have to give up the mission. They would have to wait another 3 months before they could apply for the assessment again. Chu Mu's agreement with the head instructor was close. There was only a little more than a day left. Chu Mu still had to complete the mission in a little more than a day to become a Sword Venerate. Only then would he have completed the mission and obtained the benefits he deserved. When Chu Mu had drawn this mission, Ji Tianxiang had frowned. He knew that the difficulty of this mission did not lie in the 5 swordsmen's strength. That was because he believed that with Chu Mu's 4th cycle sword intent and profundity, it would not be difficult for him to deal with 5 first cycle sword intent and profundity corrupt swordsmen. The true difficulty was finding the whereabouts of the 5 swordsmen of the evil path. Chu Mu only had a day to go back and forth. To find the 5 swordsmen of the evil path in the dark forest was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was practically impossible. Ji Tianxiang had even seen the scene of Chu Mu's failure. At that time, he had wanted to use some of his power and connections to have Chu Mu change the mission. But Chu Mu had refused. Chu Mu had his own persistence. Furthermore, it was not impossible for him to complete this mission in a day. Furthermore, passing the 10 directional sword formation had given him 12,700 Sky Edge coins. Adding on the 6,000 from before, Chu Mu now had over 19,000 Sky Edge coins. Entering the Dream Recall Pavilion only required 10,000 Sky Edge coins. Even if he couldn't complete the mission and couldn't complete his agreement with the head instructor, Chu Mu could still use the money he had earned to enter the Dream Recall Pavilion. However, between the two, Chu Mu was more inclined to complete his agreement with the head instructor. There was no other reason than his conviction. The dark forest was silent. There wasn't even any wind. But Chumu knew that this place was filled with danger. That was because there were primordial vicious beasts living in the dark forest. These primordial vicious beasts all had their own territories. They were usually hidden and would not casually appear. The dark forest is huge. It will be difficult for me to find 5 corrupt swordsmen by myself. Chumu's thoughts rapidly spun. Those corrupt swordsmen absorb blood and bone marrow to cultivate. Since that's the case, why don't I have them come to find me? If he wanted the corrupt swordsman to come find him, he would first have to create a large enough commotion. Furthermore, he couldn't display too much strength. Otherwise, it would scare them away. With a thought, Chumu made his decision. With a thought, a fierce aura was released from Chumu's body. In an instant, it swept out like a storm, attacking in all directions and causing the surrounding grass to bend and sway. The strength of this aura had reached the level of first cycle sword intent and first cycle profound. The sharp aura was not concealed at all. It soared into the sky, wreaking havoc in all directions. It was extremely ostentatious, as if it was afraid others wouldn't know there was someone here. Even thousands of meters away, they could sense this aura. The hidden ancient beast was immediately alerted. To it, humans were like delicacies. Rustling sounds could be heard. Not far away, the tall grass was crushed, leaving behind a long trail. Chumu immediately sensed a vicious aura surging over, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. It was a python, an ancient python. Its body was as thick as a bucket, and its body was covered in colorful markings. Its eyes were green, and its forked tongue was wildly flicking. From the vicious aura emitted by this python, Chumu immediately knew that this was a high-tier vicious beast. It was equivalent to a human origin realm swordsman, and a kind that had reached the peak. As soon as the python appeared, it immediately stared at Chumu and launched an attack. Its thick body spun and shot out like a huge crossbow, causing the sound of wind breaking to resound. Chumu shifted his feet and easily dodged the python's surprise attack. The terrifying wind was extremely sharp and sliced towards him, but it was blocked by the protective sword aura outside of Chumu's skin. The python was very experienced in battle. When its surprise attack failed, it swung its thick tail like a steel whip. The wind broke through the air, causing an earth-shattering roar to resound. Although this python was powerful, Chumu could easily kill it if he wanted to. However, he had to control his strength and couldn't appear too strong. Pretending to be in a difficult situation as he dodged the python's tail whip, Chumu pulled out his sword and counterattacked. He and the python became entangled in a fierce fight. This python's body was as thick as a bucket, and it was about 20 meters long. Every time it attacked, it would cause a huge commotion. Waves of sound spread out, and the intense collision of auras could be felt even further away. In order to increase the commotion, Chumu retreated as he fought with the python. Wherever he went, the grass would be destroyed. Sword aura would sweep through the air, and even the trunks of the giant trees would be left with slash marks, causing wood chips to fly everywhere. A high, rank, archaic, vicious beast already possessed a considerable amount of intelligence. However, this python didn't know that its opponent was suppressing most of his strength, using only a small part of his strength to fight with it. His goal was to create a bigger commotion. After a quarter of an hour, the area within 1,000 meters was destroyed. Chumu was still fighting with the python. A high-tier, dire beast's body was incomparably tyrannical, and its strength was even more terrifying. A flick of this python's tail was enough to shake a towering tree that required dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. If a tree that required dozens of people to wrap their arms around it was hit by the python's tail, a crack would appear on the tree trunk. After another hit, the tree would slowly fall down with creaking sounds. Rumble. When such a thick tree fell, it heavily smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly. The commotion was unbelievably great. The ground within a radius of several tens of thousands of meters shook because of it. However, Chu felt that this commotion wasn't big enough. He needed a bigger commotion. Thus, he turned his gaze to a towering tree that required dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. He imagined that if such a towering tree fell to the ground without any obstacles, what kind of vibration would that heavy blow bring? What kind of commotion would that cause? Chapter 683. Big Brother, it's already been many days since we've tasted human blood. If this continues, I won't be able to take it, whispered one of the 5 figures. Endure it for a bit longer. Previously, the Sky Edge Sword Palace's disciples came to kill us. Although they were killed by us in the end, the Sky Edge Sword Palace will definitely take this matter seriously. During this time, we'll do our best to keep a low profile and make them lower their guard. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Since when did we, the 5 bloodthirsty tigers, have to be so cautious? That damn Sky Edge Sword Palace. If there comes a day when I am strong enough, I will definitely uproot that Sky Edge Sword Palace and suck them dry. All right, let's not talk about such unrealistic things. Let's just obediently go hunt some vicious beasts. Vicious beasts' blood marrow is much stronger than humans. It'll be even more beneficial to our cultivation. But a vicious beast's blood marrow isn't as delicious as a human's. As they were complaining, the ground trembled slightly. Although it was very weak, the 5 of them still felt it. It's definitely a battle between vicious beasts. Let's go. Immediately, the 5 of them rushed in the direction of the trembling. Whether it was a battle between vicious beasts or a battle between vicious beasts and swordsmen, they could easily take advantage of the situation. Chu and the python's battle continued. After a while, Chu suddenly sensed a faint trace of a strange aura in the chaotic air. If he hadn't condensed his will star, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. This faint trace of a strange aura contained a savage, sinister, and bloodthirsty aura. As soon as his mind came in contact with it, he felt a chill spread. It was very uncomfortable. Chu guessed that a corrupt swordsman was approaching, but he didn't know how many of them there were. It's actually a swordsman fighting a spotted python. He can't even handle a spotted python. This kind of strength is too weak. 5 figures approached, hiding behind a huge tree. They were hiding in the grass, watching the battle between Chu and the spotted python. They were evaluating Chu's strength. That's great. I can finally taste human blood again. Don't worry. I have a feeling that something is wrong. The leader of the 5 bloodthirsty tigers said in a low voice. Big Brother, what's wrong? This swordsman must be a disciple of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. He thinks he has some strength and came to the dark forest to train. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Compared to swordsmen like them who had grown up amidst countless massacres, the disciples of the Sky Edge Sword Palace were like flowers in a greenhouse. However, there were always exceptions. Big Brother, let's make a move. We'll seriously injure that person and the mottled python before sucking their blood marrow. That kind of taste is the most wonderful. There was a difference in the taste of the blood marrow of the living and the dead. Let's wait a little longer. The leader of the 5 bloodthirsty tigers was more cautious. After another quarter of an hour, Chu was injured. The spotted python also had many wounds on its body. Both sides were evenly matched. Big Brother, what are we waiting for? If we continue, the blood marrow won't taste good anymore. All right, let's do it. The leader of the 5 bloodthirsty tigers finally gave the order. After a period of observation, he couldn't find any flaws. Immediately, 5 figures shot out from the grass behind the tree trunk. Although they felt that Chu and the piebald python were too weak, they didn't hold back in the slightest when they attacked. This originated from their habit of killing for many years. A lion would use all its strength when hunting a rabbit. The moment the 5 bloodthirsty tigers made their move, the evil aura in the air increased several times, turning into a bloodthirsty tide that rushed over. Chu and the mottled python paused. The mottled python's eyes were filled with fear. It swayed its body, intending to escape. However, it was still one step too late. A scarlet sword light slashed down, directly cutting the mottled python in two. Then, the 5 figures landed beside the mottled python. 5 swords pierced into the python's severed body. Evil arts were activated, and the blood marrow turned into energy that flowed through the swords into the bodies of the 5 people. In just 10 breaths of time, the thick, mottled python's blood and marrow were sucked dry. Its vitality was completely gone, and it emitted an aura of death as if it had been dead for a long time. 5 bloodthirsty and evil gazes fell on Chumu's body. Immediately, Chumu felt a burst of coldness spread throughout his body. The 5 figures in front of him were clearly human. However, their pupils were scarlet, and their skin was pale as if they were seriously ill and had lost too much blood. There were gray spots on their skin, and the veins on their necks bulged like earthworms. "It's your misfortune to meet us, the 5 bloodthirsty tigers," one of them said. His voice was low and gloomy, with a trace of hoarseness that could give people nightmares. "Perhaps it's my luck." Chumu laughed instead. He was sure that these 5 people were the 5 evil path swordsmen, the targets of his mission this time. The eldest of the 5 bloodthirsty tigers raised his eyebrows. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. He hastily shouted, "Tack!" Immediately, the 5 bloodthirsty tigers transformed into 5 rays of bloody light that shot toward Chumu from 5 different directions. Their swords pierced through the air like bloody meteors, shooting toward Chumu. A gloomy and evil aura instantly enveloped Chumu's body. If Chumu's strength was limited to this, he would definitely be surrounded by these 5 gloomy and evil auras and lose all ability to resist, allowing himself to be slaughtered. Unfortunately, Chumu's strength wasn't limited to this. Just as the 5 bloodthirsty tigers' swords were about to pierce Chumu's skin, their eyes emitted a dense, bloody light. It was as if they had already enjoyed the wonderful taste of blood marrow. What they didn't know was that Chumu could clearly see the trajectories of their attacks. As long as Chumu wanted to, he could easily dodge them. However, the eldest of the 5 bloodthirsty tigers was a bit more profound. He was close to the second revolution, but he was still too weak. The 8-sided desolate sky sword was unsheathed, and a blurry sword light swept through the army in an arc. It quickly swept past the necks of the bloodthirsty 5 tigers without missing. Even the swords of the bloodthirsty 5 tigers were knocked away, unable to deal any damage to Chumu. The 5 bloodthirsty tigers' left hands clutched their throats. Their scarlet eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They pointed at Chumu and struggled to open their mouths. They only managed to say one word before blood spurted out from their throats. Their bodies trembled, and the scarlet color in their eyes quickly faded. Their bodies slowly fell back. With a bang, the 5 corpses fell to the ground, sending dust flying. Chumu immediately took off the spatial rings of the 5 bloodthirsty tigers, as well as the 5 dark red swords. He didn't let go of the corpses either. That was the proof of completing the mission. "It's time to go back." Silently muttering to himself, Chumu immediately retracted his aura and left the dark forest, returning to the Heavenly Edge Sword Palace. "You're back. It's fine if you didn't complete the mission. This kind of mission is even more difficult than the other Sword Saint missions. I've already reported it to the head instructor, and he has agreed for you to immediately change the mission," said Ji Tianxiang hastily as soon as he saw Chumu. "I've already completed the mission," said Chumu. "Completed the mission? What? You've completed the mission?" Ji Tianxiang's eyes widened. Even the head instructor was startled. The mission Chumu had chosen was also within the scope of the Sword Saint trial, but it was even more difficult than the other Sword Saint trial missions. The sword Saint trial standard was the strength of one's first cycle sword intent and first cycle profundity. The 5 corrupt swordsmen all had the strength of one's first cycle sword intent and first cycle profundity. To complete such a mission, not only did you have to be powerful, you also had to have outstanding abilities. Ordinary sword saints with first cycle sword intent and first cycle profundity would find it extremely difficult to complete. Chu Mu could kill those 5 evil path swordsmen. Ji Tianxiang had 100% confidence in that. The problem was finding those 5 evil path swordsmen. My luck wasn't bad. Not long after I entered the dark forest, I was targeted by them, so... Chu Mu gave a simple explanation. So that's how it was. It's their fault for being so unlucky. Ji Tianxiang was startled, but then he laughed involuntarily. Those 5 corrupt swordsmen might have some abilities, but in front of absolute power, they were no match for Chu Mu. They probably didn't even have the qualifications to escape. Since you said you've completed the mission, then show us the relevant evidence, said the other instructor. Chu Mu waved his hand, and 5 corpses and 5 dark red swords appeared on the ground. A sinister and sinister aura was constantly emitting from the corpses and swords, filling the surroundings. Ji Tianxiang and the instructor frowned as a look of deep hatred flashed across their eyes. Not a single righteous swordsman would welcome the corrupt swordsman. Follow me. That instructor glanced at the 5 corpses and knew that Chu Mu had truly completed the mission. So he turned to Chu Mu. Then he brought Chu Mu through a secret passage and into a huge private room. The room was completely empty. There was only a 300-meter sword steel in the center. On the sword steel, there were names that flickered with different colors. Behind the names were titles. Those were the titles of sword saints. Use your sword to carve your name and title on the sword steel. The instructor pointed to the sword steel and said to Chu Mu. Chu Mu nodded and leaped into the air. As he approached the sword steel, he unsheathed his 8 desolate heaven swords. Sword light shone brightly. He was like a calligraphy master. Starting from the highest point of the sword steel, he gradually moved down. As Chu Mu's sword moved, a large Chu character appeared on the sword steel. It released a golden light as if it had been embedded into the sword steel. Following that, the second character, Chu Mu, was also written by Chu Mu. It was embedded into the sword steel once more. The third character, the fourth character, the fifth character, the sixth character, Chu Mu's figure slowly descended. With a flick of his wrist, the 8 desolate sky swords were like an extension of his arm. In one breath, he left 6 golden words on the sword steel. Looking closely, one could see that the edges of the 6 golden words seemed to be constantly vibrating. Chu Mu, Sword Saint Jin Tian, Chapter 684. The 6 golden words shrunk rapidly and flew away from the sword steel like a golden dragon. They circled around the sword steel again and finally stopped at an empty spot on the sword steel. They stuck close to the sword steel and wanted to embed themselves into it. The entire sword steel suddenly trembled, as if it was trying to stop the 6 golden words from being embedded. Chu Mu was startled and did not understand what was going on. The instructor was also startled before a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. After some resistance, the sword steel stopped trembling, and the 6 golden words finally embedded themselves into the sword steel. The golden light was restrained, and it was like a ripple that slowly flowed through it. Faintly, Chu Mu felt a mystical power descend and instantly entered his body. He immediately felt refreshed, as if he had surpassed his peak. That was luck. There is one thing I have to tell you. The instructor turned around and stared at Chu Mu. He said, outside of the purple Lingji continent, other than you, there are other sword sovereigns who use the title of Jin Tian. I do not know if it is one or a few, but in any case, you will definitely meet them in the future and compete for the title of Jin Tian. Chu Mu was startled when he heard this, but he quickly accepted it. There were so many people in the ancient, immemorial world. Other than him, there were definitely other swordsmen who used the title of Zhen Tian. Chu Mu was very open-minded about it. Let's go. I will bring you to the Dream Recall Pavilion. Ji Tianxiang said to Chu Mu, after you come out of the Dream Recall Pavilion, I will bring you to the head instructor. At that time, you can make a request to the head instructor. The Dream Recall Pavilion was located in a relatively remote area. It was almost at the edge of the Sky Edge Sword Palace. It looked like a very simple pavilion that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. There did not seem to be anything special about it. Those who did not know would definitely think that it was an abandoned pavilion. When Chu Mu saw the pavilion, he was also stunned. Ji Tianxiang, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything. In theory, every swordsman has one chance to enter the Dream Recall Tower in their lifetime. However, every time the Dream Recall Tower is opened, it consumes a large amount of energy. Therefore, the Sword Palace has a rule that the Dream Recall Tower can only be opened once a month. Swordsmen who want to enter the Dream Recall Tower must apply in advance and wait for arrangements. Ji Tianxiang explained with a smile as he walked to the front of the Dream Recall Tower. It opens once a month. It opens 12 times a year. There are more than 2 million disciples in the entire Sword Palace. Counting it this way, it was unknown how many swordsmen were unable to enter the Dream Recall Tower in their entire lives. Although it's not difficult for you to enter the Dream Recall Pavilion for 10,000 Sky Edge coins, if you want to apply for it yourself, you'll have to wait for a few years before you have the chance. Ji Tianxiang smiled. Only now did Chu Mu understand that the opportunity the head instructor gave him this time wasn't to save 10,000 Sky Edge coins, but to save a few years of time. The meaning was completely different. Originally, the opportunity to enter the Dream Recall Tower this month belonged to an elite disciple. However, it has now been taken up by you. Therefore, after you become an elite disciple, you might encounter some troublesome matters. Ji Tianxiang smiled again. This kind of matter will be handled by you personally. All right, go in. Chu Mu couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He didn't expect that entering the Dream Recall Tower would bring him trouble. However, trouble was trouble. Since there was a problem, he just had to deal with it. In the world of swordsmen, the best way to deal with trouble was to use absolute strength to defeat the opponent. Then, the trouble would naturally disappear. Taking a step forward, Ji Tianxiang walked towards the ordinary-looking ancient pavilion. He smiled and took out a medallion. With a thought, he communicated with the medallion. The instant Chu Mu entered the Dream Recall Tower, the Dream Recall Tower also opened and began to operate. This life and the future are indefinite. Once you enter the Dream Recall Tower, you will be alive for 100 years. A majestic and ancient voice slowly rang out. It came from the void, drifting indeterminately. However, it was also grand and dignified. It was like the evening drum or morning bell, entering Chu Mu's ears and ringing in Chu Mu's heart. The world was dark, causing Chu Mu to be at a loss. In an instant, countless specks of silver starlight appeared from the darkness in front of him. They were like countless fireflies dancing and spiraling over. They swept past Chu Mu's body, causing Chu Mu to feel as if he was in a long river of starlight. The silver starlight unceasingly flowed behind him, while the silver starlight in front of him unceasingly appeared. It was as if there was a source, but it was also endless. For a moment, Chu Mu felt as if he was in a dream. He also felt the flow of time. A second, a quarter, a day, a month, a year, Chu Mu could feel the flow of time more and more clearly. He suddenly had an epiphany. In the Dream Recall Tower, one had to see the path of one's future. The flow of time should be like this. Chu Mu also didn't know how long he had been here. However, he could feel that the silver starlight was the flow of time. 100 years had already passed. Suddenly, the source of the silver starlight dissipated. A blurry figure seemed to walk out from the void, appearing before Chu Mu's eyes. Chu Mu was stunned, because he saw it clearly. That figure was actually himself. No, more accurately speaking, it shouldn't be him. No, it should be him, his future self. His future self after 100 years. His appearance was exactly the same. He still looked so young. However, there were traces of vicissitudes at the corners of his eyes. That was left behind by the passage of time. His future self glanced at Chu Mu. That gaze seemed to pierce through 100 years of time and space, landing on Chu Mu's face, directly piercing into Chu Mu's heart. This caused Chu Mu's heart to tremble. He felt as though he had been seen through. Next, his future self unsheathed his sword. His aura suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. A terrifying sharpness covered the sky, bringing with it a hint of the opening of the heavens and earth. Sword Dao. For no reason, this thought subconsciously appeared in Chu Mu's mind. That kind of aura that felt like the opening of the heavens and earth was definitely a type of Sword Dao. In other words, his future self already had a Sword Dao. It was just that he didn't know if he created it himself or obtained it from an inheritance. No matter what, seeing his future self already having a Sword Dao, Chu Mu couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. Next, his future self began to practice swordsmanship. All the distracting thoughts in Chu Mu's heart disappeared. His eyes stared straight ahead, staring at his future self. There were no other thoughts in his mind because that swordsmanship had already shocked Chu Mu. It turned out that his future self's swordsmanship could reach such a level. With a wave of his sword, it was as if he had opened up a small world. It was as if under the sword there was a small world. Life and death, the cycle of life and death. Everything was under the sword. His future self's sword seemed to contain the infinite mysteries of the heavens and earth. All kinds of things were in it, interpreted by the simple and unadorned swordsmanship. It seemed that the swordsmanship was very simple, no different from the basic swordsmanship. However, even the current Chu Mu could only feel a little bit of its mysteries. Carefully staring at his future self sword, Chu Mu felt that each sword contained a different mystery. Vaguely, he seemed to see all kinds of power related to the mysteries. He also saw the shadow of Zhen Tian's penetrating force. Could it be that this is my path, to control many mysteries, to master the Zhen Tian's penetrating force and the penetrating force? Chu Mu couldn't help but be startled. While he was watching his future self, the star of consciousness in his spiritual world kept flickering, and the spiritual consciousness contained in it was also constantly being consumed. As he watched, Chu Mu suddenly realized that his future self seemed to be gradually fading away from him. It was gradually getting farther and farther away from him, as if they were separated by layers of time and space. What's going on? Chu Mu's eyes widened and shone brightly, but he still couldn't see his future self clearly. Instead, it kept fading, blurring, and becoming distant. His future self disappeared, and the silver starlight appeared again. This time, it flowed back from behind him to the front. Chu Mu once again felt the flow of time, but this time it was the opposite of the flow of time before. Is it time? He muttered to himself. Although he had many regrets in his heart, there was nothing he could do. If he could see more of his future self, he would definitely be able to comprehend more. All the silver starlight flowed back and disappeared into the world of darkness. This life and the future are indefinite. Once you enter the dream, you will be alive for 100 years. The old and majestic voice rang out again, filling Chu Mu's body and directly penetrating his soul. Hearing it for the second time, he felt even more emotional and experienced than before. That vicissitude, that vision, that endless desire for the future, he actually lasted for such a long time. It seems that the strength of his soul is beyond my expectations. Ji Tianxiang had been standing outside the Dream Recall Pavilion. The longer you last, the more you see the future, and the clearer your future path will be. I'm more and more looking forward to seeing how far you can go. Entering the Dream Recall Pavilion exhausted one's spiritual consciousness. The stronger one's spiritual consciousness was, the more advantageous it would be. While Ji Tianxiang was talking to himself, Chu Mu's figure walked out from the Dream Recall Pavilion. Seeing Chu Mu's figure, Ji Tianxiang felt lost in that instant. This was because Chu Mu's body seemed to carry the vicissitudes of time and space. These vicissitudes of time and space were deep and profound, as if they contained endless mysteries of the universe. This shocked Ji Tianxiang's mind. In just a breath, Ji Tianxiang regained his senses. When he looked at Chu Mu again, it was no different from when he entered the Dream Recall Pavilion. However, Ji Tianxiang knew that what he saw just now was not an illusion. He, who had a deeper understanding of the Dream Recall Pavilion, knew that every person who entered the Dream Recall Pavilion would carry traces of their future self's aura when they came out. This aura was also a kind of judgment of their future self's achievements. Ji Tianxiang had personally seen swordsmen walk out of the Dream Recall Pavilion many times. However, there was not a single time like this where his mind was shocked and he almost lost himself in it. It could be concluded that Chu Mu's future achievements far exceeded his expectations. Sword Saint. Our human race will definitely have another Sword Saint. Ji Tianxiang could not help but feel secretly excited. Let's go. Follow me to see the head instructor. Ji Tianxiang smiled at Chu Mu. Okay. Chu Mu nodded. He turned his head and glanced at the Dream Recall Pavilion before following Ji Tianxiang to the head instructor's sword tower. Chapter 685. How does it feel to see your future self? The white-haired head instructor sat cross-legged on the ground. On the table, there were also 3 small wine cups. It was the same wine that Chu Mu drank last time. Very good. Chu Mu thought for a while and said, these 2 simple words expressed his inner thoughts. Good. Very good. The head instructor laughed. He had asked similar questions to other swordsmen in the past. Those swordsmen's answers were usually extremely profound. The more complicated the answer, the better. None of them were like Chu Mu, who only said 2 simple words. Very good. Seeing his future self and understanding his own path was indeed very good. There are 2 agreements between us. The first is to complete the Sword Saint examination within half a year. The reward is to enter the Dream Recalling Tower, which has already been completed. The other agreement is to become the first official disciple before the Sword Saint examination, which you have already achieved. The head instructor said neither quickly nor slowly. His casual tone made one not feel nervous. The reward this time is that you can make a request of me that is not too excessive. Chu Mu did not immediately reply. Instead, he closed his eyes and pondered. He guessed that the head instructor should be a Sword Saint expert. However, he did not know exactly how strong he was. However, to make a request of a Sword Saint expert, it was extremely attractive. Chu Mu was pondering. What request should he make? Subconsciously, Chu Mu's future self that he saw in the Dream Recalling Tower flashed in his mind. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, cloud, space, and so on. In other words, my future self did not give up on any profound. This is my path. If there are too many profound, they will restrict each other, making it difficult to purify the profound. The difficulty of refining them will also increase greatly. If I can temporarily seal most of the profound and leave only one profound, the refining speed of the profound will definitely increase. This realization suddenly appeared in Chu Mu's mind. Opening his eyes, the head instructor smiled slightly. Chu Mu's eyes told him that he had already made a decision. Head instructor, I've comprehended many types of profounds, which has delayed the refining speed. Therefore, I was wondering if I could temporarily seal the other profounds, leaving only one type of profounds. Once I've refined that profounds to the limit, I could break the second seal and continue refining, said Chu Mu, looking at the head instructor with a sliver of hope. Sealing profound, repeated the head instructor. He didn't immediately reply. Chu Mu couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Ji Tianxiang also sat to the side, not daring to speak. This caused the atmosphere to unknowingly become oppressive. It seems that you will be extraordinary in the future. The head instructor suddenly smiled and said, Sealing profound is not an unreasonable request. However, you still need to make some preparations. Come and find me tomorrow. Let's drink. After drinking a cup of wine, it transformed into a clear stream that flowed straight up. Chu Mu immediately felt that his exhausted mental intent was recovering, and the primordial mental intent in his mental world had also been refined once, its purity clearly increasing by 1-fold. If I can get more of this wine, it will have a great effect on the recovery and refinement of my spirit. Chu Mu put down the wine cup and thought to himself, Head instructor, I will leave now. I will come and find you tomorrow. Chu Mu said. Ji Tianxiang also left after saying goodbye. Chu Mu and Ji Tianxiang parted ways and returned to their own sword tower. In the future, I will have the power of metal and wind. In other words, I will not have the power of tearing. Chu Mu sat cross-legged on his bed, carefully thinking about his future self. Little by little, he finally made up his mind. In this case, before sealing the profound, I still need to separate the tearing profound. The tearing profound originated from the fusion of the complete metal profound and half of the wind profound. Theoretically, if it was separated, it would naturally become the complete metal profound and half of the wind profound. However, it was not that simple to do so. There must be some trade-offs. Chu Mu thought for a while and knew what he should do. He must keep the metal profound, but he only had half of the wind profound. He could temporarily give it up because he had already comprehended it. Even if half of the wind profound disappeared, he would be able to quickly improve it in the future. After getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Chu Mu first recovered his spirit. When his spirit was completely recovered, he began to separate the profound. In his spiritual world, besides the star of consciousness and the embryonic form of the sword soul, there were also strands of profound energy. They were either big or small, thick or thin, extremely bright or weak. They were all different in shape. Among them, the tearing profound was the strongest and the most obvious one. It was extremely bright with a dark gold color. Chu Mu's powerful spirit approached the tearing profound, wrapping it up. Then he forcefully inserted it into the tearing profound. At this moment, Chu Mu's spirit was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have dared to separate the profound like this. Ignoring the wind profound, Chu Mu's spirit could completely separate the metal profound. From the time he had obtained the tearing intent domain to the tearing profound, Chu Mu had never thoroughly observed his own profound. Now that he had a look, he knew that the tearing profound looked like this. It was the combination of the metal profound and half of the wind profound in a strange way. However, they did not fuse with each other. It was no wonder that the swordsmen of the immemorial world only paid attention to the basic profound and never paid attention to the variant profound. It was because the potential of the variant profound was not enough. Shi Yan's spirit flickered and separated into two halves. One half still wrapped around the metal profound, while the other half wrapped around the wind profound. He used his strength to pull and slowly peel off. Instantly, the combination of the wind profound and metal profound was undone bit by bit. It was like untying a rope. This was a delicate process. Chu Mu did not dare to relax his mind. He was fully focused, using all of his spirit power to separate them bit by bit. Time flew by. After a long time, Chu Mu finally succeeded in separating one of the profound. Without resting, he immediately started to separate the second one. The metal profound and the wind profound intertwined with each other like two different vines. It was very complicated, and it was not easy to separate them completely. It took Chu Mu the whole afternoon and night to successfully separate the tearing profound. The complete metal profound presented a dazzling golden color. It was like a sharp sword that floated in the spiritual world. It seemed like it could cut through everything with a single move. As for the green wind profound, it was faintly discernible and dissipated bit by bit. There was no other way. The wind profound was not complete and could not exist forever. Although he felt helpless, Chu Mu had already expected this result. His spirit power was overconsumed. Fortunately, there were other spirit powers in the spiritual world. Chu Mu did not faint. He quickly circulated the southern Dipper mind, cultivating scripture to recover his consumed spirit power. After a few hours, Chu Mu had fully recovered his spirit power. He immediately left the sword tower and went to Ji Tianxiang's teaching office. Then he went to the head instructor's office. "Take this elixir," the head instructor said. A elixir floated towards Chu Mu. It was a black elixir. It was the size of a longan fruit. It emitted a mysterious and obscure aura fluctuation. It was very pure. "This is the small seal elixir," the teacher-in-chief explained. "Its function is to seal the power in your body. After you take it, use your mind to guide the medicinal power and seal the ultimacy that you want to seal. With your fourth revolution, sword essence, and ultimacy, you can break the seal." Chu Mu originally thought that it would be troublesome to seal the profound. He did not expect it to be such a simple thing. It seemed that the head instructor had prepared this small seal elixir in one day. "It sounds easy, but it is not certain. Take the elixir here. If there are any accidents, I will help you," the head instructor said. "Okay." Chu Mu did not hesitate and directly swallowed the small seal elixir. In an instant, the small seal elixir turned into a blazing energy, rolling in his body like a flood of lava. Chu Mu's spirit power moved and guided this blazing energy into his spiritual world. Chu Mu's spiritual world contained the profound of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, void, and void. The gold profound inherited the purity of the laceration profound. It was at the fourth revolution. The other profound had not reached the perfection level. The void and reality profound was a mutation of the cloud profound. Chu Mu did not plan to restore it yet. Under the guidance of Chu Mu's spirit power, the blazing energy of the small seal elixir flowed toward the wood profound. It quickly wrapped around the wood profound. Immediately, Chu Mu saw a circle of faint red light around the wood profound. The connection between his spirit power and the wood profound was cut off. He could not feel it at all. Immediately, his spirit power continued to guide the energy of the small seal elixir. It flowed through the fire profound, water profound, earth profound, ice profound, thunder profound. Once the energy of the small seal elixir flowed through these profound, a layer of faint red light appeared on them. The light was faintly discernible, like a flickering flame. It cut off the connection between Chu Mu and the various profound. In the end, only the gold profound, the void and void profound were left. The metal profound was something Chu Mu wanted to keep refining, while the void profound and void profound had to be sealed for the time being. The small seal elixir did not have much medicinal efficacy left. However, it was enough to seal the void and void profound. Under the guidance of Chu Mu's spirit power, the remaining energy of the small seal elixir was expelled from his body. The sealing of the profound was complete. When all the other profound were sealed and only the gold profound was left, Chu Mu had a strange feeling. His perception of the gold profound became unprecedentedly clear. It was several times clearer than before. The clarity of his perception meant that Chu Mu's control of the gold profound had greatly improved. It would be easier for him to refine it in the future. Chapter 686. The elite disciples were treated a little better than the official disciples. Each of them lived in a sword tower. The first floor was for sword practice, The second floor was for rest, and the third floor was for meditation and cultivation. There was a clear hierarchy. The third floor even had a meditation array that could help sword practitioners enter meditation faster. After becoming an elite disciple, Chu Mu understood that the cultivation resources of elite disciples were much better than official disciples. They could increase their strength better. For example, the sword, cleansing pond, and the profound sky wall were only the two most ordinary cultivation grounds for elite disciples. There was also the Star Observatory, Thousand Evil Valley, Small Battlefield, Icefire Cave, and so on. The sword, cleansing pond, and the profound sky wall could be entered by elite disciples at any time. The small battlefield was where the battle teams fought. To enter the Thousand Evil Valley and the Star Observatory, one had to pay the corresponding amount of Sky Edge coins. The Icefire Cave had the harshest conditions. One had to be at the God Condensation Realm. Chu Mu, who had become an elite disciple, left the Sword Tower after he finished reading the relevant introductions of elite disciples. He began to wander around the elite disciple region, walking around and looking around. There was only one condition to graduate from the Sky Edge Sword Palace, to become a Sword of Gojosian. In the ancient world, being a Sword of Gojosian wasn't rare. However, becoming a Sword of Gojosian wasn't easy either. As he walked, Chu Mu saw a black sword steel that was 300 meters tall. It was like an ancient giant sword that was stabbed into the ground. The sword hilt was buried in the ground, and the sword tip was pointed at the sky. It had a sharpness that could pierce through the sky. At the top of the black sword steel, there were a few ancient and vigorous characters. The sharpness was forced out and shook the space. With the sword steel as the center, the area of 10,000 meters was filled with invisible sword chi. It was very shocking. Even an elite disciple who had reached the first revolution of sword intent couldn't get close. They had to reach the second revolution to be able to resist this invisible sharpness. Even so, with Chu Mu's fourth revolution of sword intent, when he approached the black sword steel, he felt a trace of coldness on his skin. It was as if there were invisible swords cutting through his skin. Looking at the words at the top of the sword steel, it read, Sword Palace's Wind Cloud Ranking. Sword Palace's Legend Ranking. Chu Mu looked down curiously. There were a total of 100 names on the sword steel, from top to bottom. After each name was the corresponding title of Sword Venerable. Jiang Tianmu, Sword Master Heaven Eye. Hai Wuya, Vast Ocean, Sword Master. The Way of the King. Only I, the Sword Venerable. There were more than 100,000 elite disciples. Every one of them was powerful and powerful. Those who could stand out among the elite disciples and be listed on the Sword Palace's ranking board were the strongest of the strongest. At least, Chu Mu had no hope of challenging the Sword Palace's ranking board. Chu Mu had a limited understanding of the Sword Palace's ranking list. He needed to know more, because Chu Mu felt that he would stay among the elite disciples for a long time. Moreover, there was a clear difference between an elite disciple and an official disciple. He could no longer be like before, ignoring the outside world and only focusing on the path of the sword. Of course, asking instructor Ji Tianxiang wasn't a bad method. But instructor Ji Tianxiang had already said that after becoming an elite disciple, Chu Mu would have to rely on himself for everything. Whatever he wanted to know, what he wanted to know, and what he wanted to obtain, he wouldn't reveal anything with his own abilities. This was one of the ways the Sky Edge Sword Palace nurtured their disciples. Chu Mu! A surprised voice sounded. It was somewhat familiar. Chu Mu turned around and smiled. It's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Bai Zhongtian approached with a smile. So, you've also become an elite disciple. Chu Mu smiled. After the battle with you last time, I comprehended it. 2 months later, I successfully reached the initial realm. After another month of training, I applied for the Sword Saint exam. I was lucky and picked an easy task. Bai Zhongtian quickly explained. You, on the other hand, have completely exceeded my expectations. You actually became an elite disciple so quickly. Although the elite disciple region was not far from the official disciple region, there was a clear boundary. Therefore, only a few elite disciples knew about the major events that happened in the official disciple region. Most of them did not know about it unless they purposely inquired about it. The shock that Chumu brought was more and more shocking. However, at that time, Bai Zhongtian had already left the official disciple status and became an elite disciple. Therefore, he did not know about the shock that Chumu brought. Therefore, he was so surprised to see Chumu here. Bai Zhongtian originally thought that Chumu would need at least another 6 months to a year to become an elite disciple. Junior brother Bai, this is... The person walking with Bai Zhongtian was a short and chubby young swordsman. His small eyes shone brightly as they fell on Chumu's face. Senior brother Yang, this is Chumu, a swordsman from the small world. It took him only half a year to become an elite disciple from an official disciple. He has extraordinary potential. Bai Zhongtian quickly introduced. Oh, a swordsman from the small world. The short and chubby young swordsman nodded. His tone was very casual. He ignored Chumu and was obviously looking down on him. Senior brother Yang. Bai Zhongtian was about to emphasize Chumu's extraordinariness when Chumu interrupted. Brother Bai, I just became an elite disciple. There are many things that I don't know. I wonder if you can give me some advice. Of course. Bai Zhongtian smiled and said, But I came here a few months earlier than you. I only know a little more about the elite disciples. Junior brother Bai, don't forget that we still have things to do. The short and chubby young swordsman reminded him. Senior brother Yang, what we have to do is not urgent. We don't lack time. Bai Zhongtian said. Then he immediately explained to Chumu. The elite disciples exist in the form of battle teams. Without a battle team to rely on, it is difficult to move around here. Currently, among the elite disciples, there are more than 1,000 battle teams. They are divided into several grades. Super battle teams, first-class battle teams, second-class battle teams, third-class battle teams, and unrated battle teams. Currently, there are only 3 super battle teams. God Slayer Battle Team, Demon Slayer Battle Team, and Demon Slayer Battle Team. There are 12 first-class battle teams. Chumu nodded. Among the elite disciples, the swordsmen existed in the form of battle teams. Chumu had already heard of this. I won't say more about the names of the 12 battle teams. You can slowly understand them, other than the 3 super battle teams and the 12 first-class battle teams. There are also hundreds of second-class battle teams and hundreds of third-class battle teams. Other than that, they are all unrated battle teams. Bai Zhongtian spoke very quickly. Chumu, you have just become an elite disciple and do not have a battle team. Why don't you join my current battle team? The battle team I am in is called the Red Mang Battle Team. It is one of the second-class battle teams. The captain is called Wei Mang. His sword essence has been refined to the 4th transformation. Among the elite disciples, he is also a top expert. Bai Zhongtian said, With your potential, joining the Red Mang Battle Team will not be a disgrace to you. Junior brother Bai, although our Red Mang Battle Team is only a second-class battle team, it is not an unrated battle team. Not just anyone can join. The short and chubby young swordsman said. His small eyes glanced at Chumu. Senior brother Yang. Bai Zhongtian's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. He knew that Chumu's talent and potential were extraordinary. Thank you, brother Bai, for clearing my doubts. I will repay you in the future. Chumu said. His understanding of battle teams was limited to this. Of course, if the short and chubby young swordsman did not object, perhaps Chumu would accept Bai Zhongtian's invitation and join the Red Mang Battle Team as a member. After all, the elite disciple swordsmen existed in the form of battle teams. That was a rule. Chumu did not have the strength to break the rules, so he had to follow the rules. Since the short and chubby young swordsman had said so, Chu Mu would not shamelessly request to join the Red Mang battle team. In fact, with his talent, potential, and strength, if he displayed it, even a first-class battle team would fight to have him. Bai Zhongtian looked at the short and chubby young swordsman with dissatisfaction. Since the short and chubby young swordsman had said so, Bai Zhongtian did not insist. Chu Mu, with your talent and potential, even if you want to join a first-class battle team, you can do so. What you need is an opportunity. Every year, the elite disciples will hold a new talent summit. It is a chance for the new elite disciples to display their strength. It is also a chance for the various battle teams to pick out new blood. The last new talent summit has already been held. The next one will be held in half a month. You will arrive in time. New talent summit, I understand. Chu Mu nodded. Good. I wish you an outstanding performance in advance, and that a strong battle team will take a fancy to you. Bai Zhongtian said, I still have things to do. I will take my leave first. Chu Mu nodded. The short and chubby young swordsman's small eyes flashed. He swept his gaze over Chu Mu, coldly snorted, and left with large strides. Chu Mu did not even look at him. This kind of person, with this kind of strength, was simply not in his eyes. 3 super battle teams, 12 first-class battle teams, God-slaying battle team, demon-slaying battle team, demon-slaying battle team. Chu Mu repeated, his expression strange. Demon-slaying battle team. Demon-slaying battle team. Isn't that? Chu Mu recalled that when he was still an official disciple, Jean Mulei had thrown him an invitation letter, saying that the demon-slaying battle team wanted him to be a reserve member. Once he became an elite disciple, he could take the invitation letter to the demon-slaying battle team and become an official member. One of the 3 super battle teams, there were countless experts in the battle team. Who would want to join such a battle team? At that time, such a good opportunity had been rejected by Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu did not regret it at all. If I can't join the demon-slaying battle team, there's still the God-slaying battle team and the demon-slaying battle team to choose from. At the very least, there are 12 first-class battle teams to choose from. Chu Mu thought to himself. He continued to stroll around the elite disciple area. Walking here and there, he had a clearer understanding of the distribution of the elite disciple area. However, the elite disciple area was very large. Even if he walked for a day, it would be difficult to finish walking. Chu Mu only walked roughly half of the area before returning to his sword tower. According to Bai Zhongtian's words, Chu Mu was not in a hurry to join any battle team. It was better to wait until the new talent summit. Chapter 687. After that, Chu Mu stayed in his sword gauntlet and did his usual training while studying the 5th hand seal of the 9 revolution heaven shocking print technique. At the same time, he also took some time to study the basics of sword formations. The 9 revolution heaven shocking print technique became more and more exquisite as it progressed. Therefore, studying the hand seals became more difficult and took more time. After half a month, Chu Mu had only scratched the surface of the 5th hand seal. If he wanted to perfect it, Chu Mu estimated that he would need another month or so. The old year had passed and the new year had arrived. The new talent summit that Bai Zhongtian mentioned was about to begin. The location of the new talent summit was in the elite disciple area, a sword battle arena. Strictly speaking, the new talent summit wasn't a formal event. It was just a way for the newly promoted elite disciples to show their worth and for the battle teams to pick out new blood. In this year, there weren't many swordsmen who became elite disciples. There were only about 60 of them. A portion of them had already joined a battle team, and there were less than 30 left who planned to show their talents in the new talent summit. Chu Mu, you're here. Qin Shanha's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Mu. Suddenly, dozens of pairs of eyes looked at Chu Mu. Chu Mu glanced around. Among the 20 or so newly promoted elite disciples, Sikong Zhan wasn't among them. Could it be that Sikong Zhan had already joined a battle team? It was possible. With Sikong Zhan's strength, even the 3 super battle teams would be happy to recruit him. However, it was also possible that Sikong-jan hadn't joined a battle team. Chu Mu vaguely remembered that one of the 13 warlords once said that Sikong-jan planned to form his own battle team after becoming an elite disciple. You didn't join a battle team? Chu Mu glanced at Qin Shanha and asked casually. A few second-rate battle teams invited me, but I rejected them. Qin Shanha said, although my strength isn't as good as yours or Sikong-jan's, I don't care about second-rate battle teams. At the very least, I want a first-rate battle team. Chu Mu nodded. Look around you. Those people are all members of third-rate and second-rate squadrons. They're here to observe us and see if they can find anyone suitable to join them. Qin Shanha said, the people from the first-rate battle teams haven't arrived yet. Let's wait for them to arrive before we start the battle. Brother Jean, even an elder of the Demon Slayer squad, has been alerted. A loud laugh rang out. I heard that among the new elite disciples, there are a few good seedlings. Naturally, I want them to join the Demon Slayer squad. Jean Yanlei said bluntly. Hee, although the Demon Slayer squad is good, they're not necessarily better than our Monster Slayer squad. Another gentle voice sounded. The members of the 3 super battle teams had all appeared. Look, it's the members of the 3 great super battle teams. Even the members of the 3 super battle teams have appeared. Last time, they didn't send anyone. You don't know about this. I heard that among the new elite disciples, there are a few pretty good ones. The 3 great battle teams will definitely be tempted. If the 3 great battle teams make a move, those good seedlings will definitely be divided up. The other battle teams can only recruit the weaker swordsmen. Looks like we have no hope. The 3 great battle teams will choose first. After that, it will be the first-rate battle team's turn. When it's our turn, I don't think there will be anyone left. It doesn't matter. I'm just here to watch the show. Not long after, a large number of swordsmen gathered around the arena. They were members of various battle teams. Everyone is here. You can start now. A member of the Monster Slayer squad nodded. I'll go first. A new elite disciple leaped onto the arena. He looked around and unsheathed his sword. Sword light was cold, and the sound of the sword shook the surroundings. Who will be my opponent? Since it was the new talent summit, the goal was to show off. Of course, they couldn't keep a low profile. I'll go. Immediately, a new elite disciple leaped onto the arena and unsheathed his sword to attack. Swordsmen who became elite disciples and didn't join any battle teams carelessly until now were not weak. At least one of their sword intent or profound had reached the second transition. It was even possible that both had reached the second transition. The 2 swordsmen immediately engaged in an intense battle. On the arena, figures shuttled back and forth. Sword light flashed and sword shadows flashed. The continuous collisions created countless sparks that flew everywhere. Below the arena, the swordsmen of various battle teams who were in charge of recruiting new blood stared at the battle on the arena. Occasionally, they would discuss it. Not long after, one of the swordsmen was defeated. Who else wants to come up? The victorious swordsman was in high spirits. With a flick of his wrist, his sword vibrated and the sound of the sword resounded. Qin Shanha's body moved. His muscular and tall body landed on the arena. He unsheathed his huge sword and slashed. With one slash, Chu Mu knew that Qin Shanha's swordsmanship had improved. The opponent's strength was obviously weaker than Qin Shanha's. In just 3 slashes, he was defeated. So powerful. His sword intent and profound have both reached the peak of the second transition. He can be considered a genius. The people from the 3 super battle teams were all very strong and had extraordinary eyesight. They could immediately see how powerful Qin Shanha was. My Demon Slayer battle team wants this person, Jean Yanlei said naturally. He was used to being overbearing. Is that so? My Demon Slayer battle team wants him. I think this person belongs to my God Slayer battle team. The people from the 3 battle teams immediately started fighting. Many people stared at Qin Shanha with envy. He actually caused the 3 battle teams to fight over him. "I'll defeat you." A new elite disciple went up the arena angrily and declared that he would defeat Qin Shanha. It was unknown whether it was out of confidence or jealousy. "Get down!" Qin Shanha moved forward and slashed with his huge sword. It was as if he could split a mountain with one slash. It was heavy and overbearing. With one slash, the swordsman took a step back unconsciously and was sent flying. "I'm right here. Whoever is not convinced can come up and fight." Qin Shanha stabbed his huge sword into the ground. Sparks flew. The tip of the sword sank into the hard stone floor. He exhaled and was very overbearing. "While there's still time, those who want to go up quickly. We don't necessarily look at current strength when we choose new blood. We look at future potential more," someone from the Godslayer battle team said. Immediately, another swordsman went up the arena and fought with Qin Shanha. One after another, even if they were defeated, they used their full strength and tried to impress the people from the 3 battle teams. At the very least, they wanted to impress the people from the 12 first-rate battle teams. Just as the saying went, it wasn't current strength that mattered, but future potential. One by one, they were defeated by Qin Shanha. The most powerful one fought with Qin Shanha for 15 minutes and was defeated in the end. The people from the 3 battle teams nodded. They were very satisfied with Qin Shanha. They were secretly thinking about how to successfully recruit Qin Shanha. If only one super battle team came, it would be very simple. But now, all 3 super battle teams wanted to recruit Qin Shanha. They had to compete. "Chu Mu, although I know that I'm not your opponent, I still hope to fight with you." At this moment, Qin Shanha swung his huge sword and pointed it at Chu Mu. He immediately attracted the swordsman's attention. "Chu Mu!" Jin Yanlei immediately looked at Chu Mu. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Chu Mu faintly smiled. He jumped up and landed on the sword-fighting stage. "Is this person stronger than Qin Shanha?" The swordsman, who didn't know what was going on, was puzzled. "That's possible. Otherwise, why would Qin Shanha say that?" "Take my sword!" Qin Shanha shouted. His huge sword danced. It was as if the mountains were moving and the rivers were flowing. He used his true strength as soon as he attacked. Compared to before, Chu Mu's strength had increased by many times. He had already left Qin Shanha far behind. Facing Qin Shanha's sword, Chu Mu just moved his feet and dodged easily. The strong sword wind swept past Chu Mu. The terrifying sword pressure was blocked by a trace of sharpness. It couldn't cause any threat to Chu Mu. The huge sword in Qin Shanha's hand was as light as a feather. He swung it freely, fully displaying Qin Shanha's superb swordsmanship. However, when facing Chu Mu, he felt powerless. It was as if Chu Mu could see through his every move. Even when he attacked, Chu Mu was already prepared to dodge. The people from the 3 super battle teams stared at Chu Mu. The swordsmen from the other battle teams also stared at Chu Mu. They were completely attracted by him. Although he hadn't used his sword, Chu Mu's footwork had already shocked them. Qin Shanha took out a short sword with his left hand and connected it to the huge sword. He changed his swordsmanship style. It could be close or far, hard or soft, advance or retreat. The combination of hard and soft made it difficult for Chu Mu to dodge. Qin Shanha became more and more proficient in using the huge sword and the short sword alternately. Chu Mu had no choice but to attack. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. With one sword, all of Qin Shanha's attacks were destroyed. Chu Mu's sword stopped between Qin Shanha's eyebrows. The sharpness of the sword made Qin Shanha's scalp tingle. His spiritual world was shaking. If Chu Mu wanted to, that sword could definitely pierce through Qin Shanha's forehead and kill him. "You're stronger than before. I think that even Sikongjan might not be your match," Qin Shanha said with a complicated tone. Chu Mu smiled and put his sword back into its scabbard. The swordsmen below the arena were silent. They couldn't imagine that a newly promoted elite disciple would have such strength. It was too terrifying. Originally, the strength that Qin Shanha had displayed had already shocked many elite disciples and even made them feel ashamed. They didn't expect that there would be someone even stronger than Qin Shanha. They couldn't imagine how he cultivated. The people from the 12 first-rate battle teams and many second-rate and third-rate battle teams stared at Chu Mu as if they were looking at a delicacy. They were almost drooling. Soon after, their expressions dimmed. With Chu Mu's strength, his talent and potential were definitely out of the ordinary. There definitely wasn't a chance for them. The 3 great super teams probably couldn't wait to recruit him. Chapter 688. Ha 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 ha, my god-slaying battle team is in need of geniuses. Chu Mu, you and Qin Shanha can join my god-slaying battle team. The swordsmen from God-Slaying Battle Team laughed, and directly took over Chu Mu and Qin Shanha. Join my God-Slaying Battle Team. I promise to give the 2 of you the best treatment. The swordsmen from God-Slaying Battle Team quickly said, Chu Mu, you will receive the treatment of a core member. Qin Shanha, you will receive the treatment of an elite member. Core member. The surrounding swordsmen were all shocked and gasped. Even the God-Slaying Battle Team and God-Slaying Battle Team were very surprised. The 3 great battle teams had the same classification of the members. The lowest was the reserve member, followed by the official member, then the elite member, then the core member, and finally the ace member. As for the first-rate battle teams, other than having no ace member, they also had members of other levels. The second-rate battle teams had even fewer ace members and core members. As for the third-rate battle teams, they did not have ace members, core members, or elite members. Everyone could understand giving Qin Shanha the treatment of an elite member. After all, with the strength that Qin Shanha had displayed, combined with everything else, it could be inferred that Qin Shanha's talent and potential was not low. It would not be difficult for him to become an elite member of the 3 great battle teams. However, it was not easy to become a core member. With Qin Shanha's strength and potential, it would take at least a few years of hard work to become a core member. Chu Mu was indeed much stronger than Qin Shanha, but everyone did not think that he had the qualifications to become a core member in the near future. My God-Slaying Battle Team will also give you the treatment of a core member and promise to focus on nurturing you. We will let you have the strength of a core member in the shortest time possible, the swordsman from God-Slaying Battle Team said again. As for Qin Shanha, he was temporarily forgotten. The main focus was to fight for Chu Mu. I am Jin Yanlei. The swordsman from God-Slaying Battle Team suddenly opened his mouth and introduced himself. The surrounding swordsmen were confused. Jin Miliai is my younger brother, Jin Yanlei said the second sentence. What is Jin Yanlei trying to do? Is he related to Chu Mu in some way? The swordsmen from God-Slaying Battle Team and God-Slaying Battle Team frowned and guessed secretly. Chu Mu was startled for a moment before returning to normal. That day, I asked my younger brother to pass an invitation to you. Jin Yanlei continued. The swordsmen of the God-Slaying Battle Team and the Monster-Slaying Battle Team were immediately infuriated. It turned out that the Devil-Slaying Battle Team had already made their move. In other words, when Chu Mu was still an official disciple, he was already considered a reserve member of the Devil-Slaying Battle Team. Now that Chu Mu had become an elite disciple, he was an official member of the Demon Slayer squad. Thinking of this, the swordsmen of the God-Slaying Battle Team and the Monster-Slaying Battle Team suddenly felt as if they had been cheated. Their cold and sharp gazes landed on Chu Mu's face, as if they wanted to cut through Chu Mu. A faint smile hung on the corner of Jin Yanlei's mouth, and there seemed to be a smile in the depths of his eyes, causing Chu Mu to frown. At first, he did not understand the purpose of Jin Yanlei's words, but now he knew. Jin Yanlei had schemed to make others think that Chu Mu had been a reserve member of the Devil-Slaying Battle Team and was now an official member of the Devil-Slaying Battle Team. Moreover, He had not promised Chumu all sorts of benefits, like the god-slaying battle team and the monster-slaying battle team. Simply put, Jean Yanlei was playing a trick to gain something without risking anything. "I did not accept your invitation," Chumu said directly, neither too fast nor too slow. The smile on Jean Yanlei's face froze, and a terrifying cold light shot out from his eyes. His tyrannical spiritual intent condensed into one and merged with the cold light in his eyes. It shot out like two invisible swords, instantly piercing into Chumu's pupils, directly attacking his spiritual world. The invisible swords forcefully cut open Chumu's spiritual intent, wreaking havoc, as if they wanted to wreak havoc in Chumu's spiritual world. Chumu hurriedly released the tyrannical spiritual intent from his mind star, which transformed into a sharp sword and slashed out. In his spiritual world, Chumu's spiritual intent and Jean Yanlei's spiritual intent sword constantly clashed. Fortunately, Chumu's spiritual world was very strong and stable. Otherwise, under this kind of collision, it was very likely that his spiritual world would be damaged and his soul would be damaged. After all, this was Chumu's home ground. Jean Yanlei's spiritual intent sword was cut apart by Chumu's spiritual intent sword. It was scattered everywhere and was finally dispersed by Chumu. However, Chumu's spiritual intent had also been used up by more than half. He looked at Jean Yanlei indifferently. Chumu knew that Jean Yanlei's cultivation had definitely surpassed the origin realm and had reached the god-condensing realm. The other swordsmen did not understand, but the two swordsmen from the god-slaying battle team and monster-slaying battle team were also god-condensing realm swordsmen. They understood what had just happened, and were very surprised and even more shocked. As for Jean Yanlei, his face was somewhat gloomy. Obviously, Chumu's ability had exceeded his expectations. Since Chumu did not accept the invitation from the demon-slaying battle team, then you are not a member of the demon-slaying battle team. Come to my god-slaying battle team. The swordsman from the god-slaying battle team laughed again. Come to my monster-slaying battle team. I will apply to give you the best training. I can also let you travel with the ace members. The swordsman from the monster-slaying battle team raised the recruitment conditions again. The ace members of the 3 super battle teams had all reached the god-condensing realm. Being able to travel with the god-condensing realm swordsman and watch from the side would be very helpful in increasing one's cultivation level. The more the god-slaying battle team and monster-slaying battle team valued Chumu, the more unhappy Jean Yanlei felt. Chumu, if you immediately announce that you are joining my demon-slaying battle team, I will let you become an official disciple. I can even give you the treatment of an elite disciple. Otherwise, I will make it difficult for you to move an inch among the elite disciples. Jean Yanlei's voice directly sounded in Chumu's ears. He transmitted his voice to Chumu, threatening Chumu. Chumu glanced at Jean Yanlei, a trace of disdain flashing through his eyes. Jean Yanlei's various actions had truly angered Chumu. A god-condensing realm swordsman was so lowly. I disdain to be in the demon-slaying battle team with people like you, Chumu said word by word, venting the anger in his heart. Jean Yanlei's face was ashen from choking, and the anger in his heart burned. As for the god slaughter team and the demon slaughter team swordsmen, their faces were full of shock. Their brows creased. They didn't know that Jean Yanlei had just sent a message to Chumu and threatened him. The other swordsmen were all dumbfounded, as if they were hallucinating. They stared at Chumu in disbelief. For a moment, there was a deathly silence. They never knew that there was someone who dared to say such words. This was no less than putting himself on the opposite side of the demon-slaying battle team. They could imagine how difficult it would be for Chumu to be among the elite disciples from now on. The demon-slaying battle team was one of the 3 super battle teams. Only the other 3 super battle teams could compete with them. Unless Chumu joined the god-slaying battle team or monster-slaying battle team and received special training. Good. Jean Yanlei was so angry that he started laughing. He said "good" 3 times in a row. His voice became louder and louder, like thunder and wind. His laughter contained a bit of divine sense. It swept out, causing the surrounding swordsmen to cover their ears. Their faces were filled with pain, as if their heads were being hammered. Only the 2 swordsmen from the God-slaying battle team and monster-slaying battle team, as well as Chu Mu, were able to remain calm. Chu Mu's soul was tyrannical, and his divine sense was very powerful. The other 2 were God-condensing realm swordsmen. Good, very good. Jean Yanlei stopped laughing, and everyone felt much better. He stared coldly at Chu Mu. I want to see which battle team dares to accept you. Whichever battle team accepts you will be my enemy and the demon-slaying battle team's enemy. Other than the swordsmen from the God-slaying battle team and monster-slaying battle team, the other battle teams, no matter if they were first-rate, second-rate, or third-rate battle teams, were all shocked. Jean Yanlei's words were equivalent to banning Chu Mu. You too, with your wisdom, you should know what to choose. Jean Yanlei looked at the 2 swordsmen from the God-slaying battle team and monster-slaying battle team and said, before the 2 swordsmen could answer, Jean Yanlei used telepathy to tell them, don't recruit Chu Mu. Jean Yanlei owes you 2 a favor. When the God-slaying battle team and monster-slaying battle team heard this, they swallowed their words and began to consider. The other swordsmen also stared at the 2 of them, waiting to see how they would choose. This boy's talent and potential are extraordinary. He is also very powerful. With special training, he will definitely be able to become an ace member of the battle team. However, this boy is a bit arrogant. He looks down on everyone and speaks arrogantly. Such a person, no matter how great his talent and potential are, will have limited achievements because he does not understand himself. If I become enemies with Jean Yanlei because of this boy, it will not be a good thing. Thinking about it, if they did not recruit this boy, Jean Yanlei would still owe them a favor. Among the 3 of them, Jean Yanlei was stronger. Moreover, the 3 of them often competed with each other. Having Jean Yanlei owe them a favor seemed like a wonderful thing. After 10 breaths, the 2 of them made their decision. It is understandable that you are young and frivolous, but being too arrogant is not a good thing, the swordsman from the God-slaying battle team said to Chu Mu. The most important thing for a person is to understand himself, the swordsman from the monster-slaying battle team also said to Chu Mu. When the 2 of them said this, Jean Yanlei revealed a victorious smile. The other swordsmen were all stunned. Then they looked at Chu Mu with pity. Without a doubt, Chu Mu was really banned. He could not join any battle team because no battle team was willing to recruit Chu Mu unless they planned to become enemies with the demon-slaying battle team. Kneel down and admit that you are arrogant and conceited. Then beg me to take you into the demon-slaying battle team, and this matter will be written off. Jean Yanlei's voice sounded in Chu Mu's ears again. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. The anger in Chu Mu's heart rose to the extreme, but it disappeared in an instant. He regained his calmness, an unprecedented calmness. He glanced at Jean Yanlei indifferently, neither slow nor fast, neither servile nor overbearing. His attitude made Jean Yanlei even more furious. It also made the swordsmen even more shocked. They all secretly thought that Chu Mu did not know what was good for him. A terrifying aura spread out from Jean Yanlei's body. It was earth-shattering. Chapter 689. The air seemed to have turned into an ocean, and a storm came, whistling and roaring. A terrifying aura was emitted from Jean Yanlei's body, spreading out in all directions. Other than the God Condensation Realm swordsmen, the other swordsmen all felt the pressure and discomfort. The sword energies in their bodies were suppressed, and they were unable to move. Their blood seemed to have stopped flowing, and even their thoughts seemed to have frozen. God Condensation Realm swordsmen were extremely terrifying. Just the aura they released was enough to intimidate these elite disciples, making them lose all ability to fight back. Heaven's might was brilliant, and God Condensation Realm was suppressing them. Chu Mu's face was serious as he used all of his mental power to fight back. The star of consciousness in his mental world flickered crazily. The two swordsmen from the God-slaying battle team and the devil-slaying battle team watched coldly from the side. Is this the so-called God Condensation Realm swordsmen? They only know how to use their power to suppress others and bully the younger generation. How pathetic! An indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. The sarcasm in the voice was very strong, and it made Jean Yanlei's face change. He turned around, and the cold light in his eyes was like a sword light shooting into the sky. Sikong Jean. Jean Yanlei's expression became obscure. The two swordsmen from the God-slaying battle team and the devil-slaying battle team saw Sikong Jean, and their faces also changed. The three super battle teams are only SOSO. Sikong Jean walked over step by step. His indifferent tone had a trace of arrogance. But for some reason, the swordsmen from the three super battle teams did not dare to say anything. Jean Yanlei retracted his aura that was directed at Chu Mu and stared at Sikong Jean. Sikong Jean, you can join whichever battle team you want. It has nothing to do with me or the devil-slaying battle team. However, I hope that you know your place and do not provoke my devil-slaying battle team. Chu Mu's heart jumped. Sikong Jean's strength was not normal, and his talent and potential were also shocking. However, this was not a reason for Jean Yanlei and the others to be afraid. There was only one explanation. Sikong Jean's background was not simple, and the three super battle teams did not want to be his enemy. You are not worthy for me to provoke. Sikong Jean glanced at Jean Yanlei, and his tone was still indifferent. His gaze to Chu Mu's face and a trace of a smile. You are finally here. Jean Yanlei's expression changed again. You don't need to join any battle team. That's because the competition between you and me is to establish our own battle teams. Sikong Jean ignored the others and spoke directly to Chu Mu. Chu Mu was somewhat stunned. He did not think that the contest that Sikong Jean spoke of was actually each establishing a battle team. To be honest, Chu Mu did not have such thoughts. It was just that Sikong Jean did not give Chu Mu the chance to refuse. Whoever establishes a battle team that surpasses the three great battle teams first will win. Sikong Jean continued. It could be guessed that he already had a mature idea in mind. The winner can make a request to the loser. Any request is fine. If you don't act quickly, the loser will be you, Sikong Jean said in the end, then turned and left. Chu Mu felt somewhat helpless at Sikong Jean's swift and decisive action. He didn't even have time to stop him before Sikong Jean was already far away. Establish a battle team. Jean Yanlei's face was filled with a cold smile. The swordsmen of the God-slaying battle team and the monster-slaying battle team also had cold smiles on their faces. Establishing a battle team was not an easy task. Otherwise, there wouldn't be close to 2,000 battle teams among the elite disciples. Most of the battle teams were just unrated battle teams. Moreover, it was impossible to surpass the three great battle teams. It should be known that the three great battle teams had been established for more than 1,000 years. They had been passed down from generation to generation and had a deep foundation and many experts. Even if you're a disciple of the Sikong clan, it's impossible to create a battle team that surpasses the three great battle teams. Jean Yanlei sneered in his heart, full of disdain. Let me see how you're going to jump around. Jean Yanlei looked at Chu Mu again and smiled disdainfully. Qin Shanha, your talent and potential are not bad. Come to our God-slaying battle team. We'll give you the treatment of an elite member and focus on nurturing you. The swordsmen of the God-slaying battle team turned their recruitment target to Qin Shanha. No, come to my monster-slaying battle team. I can apply to give you the treatment of a core member. The swordsmen of the monster-slaying battle team fought for it. Thank you for your kindness, but I still need some time to think about it. Qin Shanha hesitated for a moment and said, Think about it, think about it. The members of the three super teams all let out a faint smile. They glanced at Qin Shanha and then at Chu Mu. They seemed to have understood something and didn't say anything more. They turned and left. With their status, Qin Shanha was not worthy of their anger. As the swordsmen of the three great battle teams left, the swordsmen of the other battle teams also left. However, before they left, they all looked at Qin Shanha strangely, as if they were looking at a fool. Their gazes towards Chu Mu were filled with pity and pity. They could imagine how difficult it would be for Chu Mu to be among the elite disciples from now on. Create a battle team? Indeed, as long as one was an elite disciple, they had the right to create a battle team. However, they could only create a non-rated battle team. If they wanted to become a third-rated battle team, they had to fulfill some conditions. Looking at the non-rated battle teams among the elite disciples, one would know how difficult it was to become a third-rated battle team, let alone a second-rated battle team or a first-rated battle team. Other than Chu Mu and Qin Shanha, the other new elite disciples were all divided among the first-rated battle teams. In the New Talent Summit, Chu Mu was in the limelight. Qin Shanha was also in the limelight. However, only the two of them did not join any battle teams, nor did any battle teams try to recruit them. They did not dare to recruit Chu Mu because of Jin Yanlei's words. They did not dare to recruit Qin Shanha because Qin Shanha had rejected the invitations of the god-slaying and monster-slaying battle teams. The other battle teams were worried that if they recruited Qin Shanha, the two swordsmen of the god-slaying and monster-slaying battle teams would be unhappy. Chu Mu, I think Sikong Zhan's suggestion is good. Qin Shanha said to Chu Mu, create a battle team? Chu Mu looked at Qin Shanha. That's right, create a battle team. Qin Shanha's eyes lit up. Think about it. Elite disciples exist in the form of battle teams. As for the current you, no battle team would dare to recruit you, unless you take the initiative to admit defeat to Jin Yanlei. However, I think with your character, it's impossible for you to admit defeat. Other than that, you have another choice. That is to join Sikong Zhan's battle team. However, I don't think you will do that. The last choice is to create your own battle team, even if it's just an unrated battle team. Qin Shanha quickly said, I'm in the same situation as you. It's impossible for me to join any battle team, and it's also impossible for me to join Sikong Zhan's battle team. The first condition for forming a battle team is to have at least 2 members. You and me. We just happened to meet this condition. Chu Mu did not speak. He was thinking. What Qin Shanha said made sense. Indeed, among the elite disciples, they existed in the form of battle teams. If one wanted to enter some cultivation, holy lands, they often had to use the name of a battle team. Without a battle team, they could not enter. Now, other than Sikong Zhan's battle team, no other battle team dared to recruit Chu Mu. It was also impossible for Chu Mu to join Sikong Zhan's battle team. That would be equivalent to Sikong Zhan bowing his head and admitting that he was inferior to him. After thinking about it, Chu Mu only had one last choice, which was to create his own battle team. This was something that Chu Mu had never thought of before. He had also never done it before. Now that this idea had emerged, it was starting to take root in his heart. For no reason, Chu Mu felt a sense of excitement and agitation. This was a field that he had never set foot in. It was a new challenge. All right, then we'll create our own battle team, Chu Mu said in high spirits. Why don't we name the battle team after your sword venerable title? Qin Shanha also smiled. You're the captain and I'll be the vice captain. In that case, our battle team will be called the Zhen Tian battle team. Chu Mu took a deep breath, and his gaze became distant and deep. It was as if he could see through the sky of the immemorial world and point to the infinite. No one knew that the strongest battle team of the Xiongba elite disciples of the Zhen Tian Sword Palace would be created so hastily. Captain, the creation of a battle team needs to be recorded in the Sword Palace. Let's go to the Stop War Tower first. Then, We'll have a few drinks to celebrate the establishment of our Zhen Tian battle team." Qin Shanha laughed. The Stop War Tower was an organization among the elite disciples. It was directly under the Sky Edge Sword Palace. Its role was to record and manage the various battle teams. In short, everything related to the battle teams was under the jurisdiction of the Stop War Tower. The so-called Stop War Tower was to fight, to stop fighting, to fight, to fight. The elder of the Stop War Tower was a hunchbacked old man who looked very old. His eyes were cloudy, and there was only sparse hair on his head. The gray robe he wore was very old. He looked like an ordinary old man who had one foot in the coffin. However, since the other party was an elder of the Stop War Tower, Chumu and Qin Shanha would not look down on him because of this. They would think that he was just an ordinary old man, especially when the hunchbacked old man who looked to be in his twilight years scanned his body with his cloudy eyes. This actually made Chumu tense up subconsciously. He also knew that this elder of the Stop War Tower was definitely an expert. Creating a battle team. It has been more than a year since anyone created a battle team. Now there are actually two of them. The voice of the elder of the Stop War Tower was very low as he muttered to himself. Even with Chumu's hearing, he could only hear a bit of it intermittently. Name of the battle team. The elder of the Stop War Tower asked. Zhen Tian, Chumu replied. Zhen Tian battle team. The elder repeated and memorized the name of the battle team. Then he asked Chumu and Qin Shanha's names, and so on to make the relevant records. Just like that, the Zhen Tian battle team was preliminarily established. This is what you need to know. The elder took out a book and handed it to Chumu. You can leave now. Chumu took the book. Before he could read it, he was ordered to leave by the elder. Then, he left the Stop War Tower with Qin Shanha. According to what Qin Shanha had said, since the battle team was established, they were going to have a few drinks. Chapter 690. 300 miles west of the Sky Edge Sword Palace, there was a blood-red door. It was 100 meters tall and 10 meters wide. There were countless mysterious patterns crisscrossing around the edges. It was profound and mysterious, explaining the mysteries of heaven and earth. Beside the blood-red door stood a middle-aged swordsman. His aura was obscure, as if there was wind and thunder surging around him. Groups of swordsmen walked into the blood-red door and disappeared as if they were swallowed. Chumu and Qin Shanha walked towards the middle-aged swordsman beside the blood-red door. "Sir, we need a temporary battle token," Qin Shanha said. The middle-aged swordsman waved his hand expressionlessly. 2 blood-red sword tokens flew towards Chumu and Qin Shanha. Non-rated battle teams are troublesome. The middle-aged swordsman sighed. The battle teams of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's elite disciples were only registered in the War Stop Tower. They were not official battle teams, so they did not have their own battle totem or battle token. Only when they became official battle teams, which were third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and super battle teams, could they have battle token and battle totem. However, if a non-rated battle team wanted to become an official battle team, they needed enough battle points. There were a few ways to obtain battle points. The first way was to kill foreign races, evil swordsmen, or primordial beasts. Depending on the opponent's strength, the battle points obtained would be different. The second way was to use battle points as a wager for battles between battle teams. The third way was to hold a competition and use battle points as a reward. According to Chumu and Qin Shanha's understanding, if they wanted to become an official battle team, they needed 1,000 battle points to exchange. Chumu and Qin Shanha did not have a clear understanding of battle points. However, when they thought about how there were close to 1,000 non-rated battle teams among the elite disciples, they could imagine how difficult it was to obtain battle points. The Crimson Wasteland was a battlefield of the 100 Races War. At that time, the war broke out and countless soldiers of the 100 Races fought to the death. Countless blood and corpses were scattered, staining the ground with blood and turning it dark brown. Over the years, it emitted a shocking smell of blood. Countless years had passed since the Great Battle. Because of the environment, this battlefield was named the Crimson Wasteland. It was vast and boundless. Because of the Great Battle many years ago, many treasures and other things might have been lost here. It became a place where many races explored. Where there was exploration, there would be conflict. There were conflicts between human swordsmen, between righteous swordsmen and evil swordsmen, between various races, and so on. Gradually, without any prior agreement, the various races began to treat the blood wastelands as a training ground for the younger generation. They hunted each other, constantly sharpening themselves through hunting and counter-hunting, becoming stronger. The experts of the various races all opened void passageways and built portals to the Crimson Wasteland for the younger generation of the various races to enter. The Sky Edge Sword Palace was a considerable faction, and it naturally had its own faction. Factions like the Tantai clan and the Great Sky Sect also had their own factions. After receiving the temporary battle record sword token, Chu Mu and Qin Shanha looked at each other and nodded. They took a deep breath and strode toward the blood-red door. Once they entered, they would enter the Blood Wasteland. Once they entered the Blood Wasteland, they would encounter other swordsmen and experts of other races. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. After being swallowed by the blood-red door, Chu Mu felt that he had passed through the void passageway. However, he didn't feel much as his void passageway was temporarily sealed. Perhaps after I refine my gold passageway to the limit, I should unseal my void passageway first. Chu Mu thought to himself. Their eyes lit up. Chu Mu and Qin Shanha had already passed through the blood-red door and entered the blood wasteland. Taking in a breath of air, a clear smell of blood immediately entered their nostrils. It was as though this place had always been soaked in blood. The ground beneath their feet was dark brown. It was the color that would appear after being soaked in thick blood and had dried up. This is the Sky Edge Valley, right? Looking around, they were in a valley called the Sky Edge Valley. It was a valley that the Sky Edge Sword Palace's experts had opened up in the Blood Wasteland. It was used as the gateway to the Blood Wasteland. Since this was where the gateway was, they naturally couldn't be careless. With the blood-red door as the center, there were many sword towers around it. They were of various sizes, tall and short. The majority of these sword towers were the residences of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's elite disciples. A small portion of them were the residences of the Sky Edge Sword Palace's sword guards. The Sky Wind sword guards usually stayed in the sword tower, but they would rotate shifts. Each squad patrolled the vicinity of the Sky Edge Valley. Any non-human or non-disciple of the Sky Edge Sword Palace would be stopped or even killed. One had to know that the sword guards guarding the Sky Edge Valley were all experts on the level of the sword of Gojosian. It was said that the captain of this sword guard was a high-grade sword of Gojosian. Look, isn't that Chu Mu and Qin Shanha? That's right, it's them. It seems like the two of them have created their own battle team. What a joke! Do they think that creating a battle team is a child's game? The two of them actually dared to enter the Blood Wasteland. Maybe they're just giving merits to the other races. What's the use of having great talent and great potential? It's the greatest sorrow to not know your own limits. Before this, Chu Mu and Qin Shanha had already become famous among the elite disciples. Many elite disciples had seen them before. Some swordsmen who hadn't seen them before had also heard of them. At this moment, they were sizing up Chu Mu and Qin Shanha with curious eyes. The two of them didn't expect to become the center of attention as soon as they arrived. Chu Mu, you're very brave. You dare to look down on our Demon Slayer battle team and still appear here. Kneel down. A loud shout rang out. Following that, a terrifying aura mixed with astonishing sharpness swept over, as if an invisible giant sword was slashing down. Chu Mu felt his body sink. He was being crushed. Breathing became difficult. His sword energy was suppressed, and his blood seemed to have stopped flowing. It's the captain of the Demon Slayer battle team's second core team, Nangong Jie. Qin Shanha's expression also changed. The Demon Slayer squad, as one of the 3 super squads, was divided into many small squads. There was 1 ace squad, 3 core squads, 10 elite squads, and 30 official squads. The rest were the official members who didn't have enough strength to join the squads. They were usually substitutes. For example, if Qin Shanha joined one of the 3 super battle teams, he would first be a substitute official member of the official team. This was because every official member of the 3 super battle teams had to have reached the 3rd class change in Sword Intent Profound. The Sword Palace had a rule that every small team could not have more than 10 people. Basically, every small team of the 3 super battle teams and the 12 first-rate battle teams were all full of people. Nangong Jie was an extremely powerful swordsman. His cultivation base was at the peak of the complete origin realm. His sword intent had reached the 6th class, and he had 2 profound meanings. The first one had reached the 6th class, and the second one had reached the 4th class. He had rich experience in life and death battles. Hundreds of foreign races had died under his sword. Just his name alone was enough to deter many elite disciples. Seeing Nangong Jie attacking Chumu, the surrounding swordsmen all smiled as if they were waiting for a good show. Nangong Jie's team members also stared at Chumu with mocking eyes, as if they wanted to see Chumu make a fool of himself. Then they were surprised to find that Chumu didn't fall under the pressure of Nangong Jie's aura. He didn't even look embarrassed. He only stared at Nangong Jie indifferently, as if Nangong Jie's terrifying aura didn't have any effect. With a cold snort, Nangong Jie's aura became even sharper. A thick, murderous aura mixed with a thick stench of blood swept out. The expressions of the surrounding swordsmen changed drastically. It was as if they had seen countless vengeful spirits howling. This caused them to feel fear, and they all retreated. Qin Shanha's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and used all of his spiritual intent to resist Nangong Jie's aura. Luckily, Nangong Jie was targeting Chumu. Qin Shanha was only slightly affected. The corner of Chumu's eyes twitched. Nangong Jie's aura became even stronger. There were even all kinds of illusions that rushed into his spiritual world. It was as if there were ghosts roaming in his spiritual world, attacking and roaring. Suddenly, Chumu's eyes widened and a sharp light shot out. He used his spiritual intent and instantly shattered the illusions that invaded his spiritual world. His own aura was raised to the limit and condensed into one. It was like a sharp sword that cut through Nangong Jie's aura and went against it. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. This surprised the swordsman. Nangong Jie was also very surprised. With his strength, he couldn't suppress a newly promoted elite disciple. He couldn't help but think of what Elder Jean Yanlei said. Don't underestimate Chumu. Thinking of this, Nangong Jie suddenly retracted his aura. Even if he couldn't suppress Chumu, he still wanted to embarrass Chumu. What he didn't expect was that the moment he retracted his aura, Chumu's aura suddenly increased by a lot. It turned into an invisible sharp sword that slashed towards him. Nangong Jie's expression changed. It was as if he saw a divine sword slashing towards him. The aura that he was about to retract suddenly rushed forward. It surged violently and crushed everything. Chumu immediately retracted his aura and retreated. This caused Nangong Jie's aura to hit nothing. It was as if he had punched the air. There was no target, and Nangong Jie's aura couldn't be released. He couldn't help but groan as his qi and blood surged. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Nangong Jie was at a disadvantage. They couldn't help but be shocked. Good, very good, very good. Nangong Jie's face was flushed red. He stared at Chumu with fire in his eyes. He was so angry that he laughed. When had he ever been at a disadvantage like this? I've always been very good. Chumu calmly replied, Don't think that just because you can't fight in Sky Peak Valley, you can talk all you want. Pray as much as you can. Don't let the Demon Slayer squad meet you in the Crimson Wasteland. At that time, you will know what regret is. Nangon Jie's eyes were dark and cold. Nangon Jie's subordinates all had unfriendly expressions. They stared coldly at Chu-Mu. They could imagine that once Chu-Mu left Sky Peak Valley and entered the Crimson Wasteland, his life would be in danger if he met the Demon Slayer squad. Chapter 691. Chu-Mu and Qin Shanha were isolated and without help in Sky Peak Valley. Originally, the unrated battle teams that entered Sky Peak Valley would form temporary alliances and enter the Crimson Wasteland together. This would greatly increase their chances of survival. However, because of the grudge between Chu-Mu and the Demon Slayer battle team, none of the unrated battle teams dared to form an alliance with them unless they wanted to die. Since Chu-Mu had never thought of forming an alliance with other unrated battle teams, Qin Shanha did not mind. Indeed, if they formed an alliance with more experts, their chances of survival would greatly increase. However, there were also disadvantages. First, if there were more people, their strengths would be different and could become a burden at a crucial moment. Secondly, if there were more people, the battle points each person would receive would decrease. Although Qin Shanha was not as strong as him, his sword intent and profound of earth had been refined to the peak of the second transition. His sword technique was also not low. Moreover, Qin Shanha had survived outside the Sky Peak Sword Palace alone for more than a year. He had rich experience in life and death battles. His overall strength was not much weaker than the official members of the 3 super battle teams. After resting for a while, the two left Sky Peak Valley and entered the Crimson Wasteland. The moment Chu-Mu and Qin Shanha left Sky Peak Valley, someone immediately reported to Nangon Jie. Nangon Jie immediately gave the order. Following that, the Demon Slayer battle team's elite and official teams left Sky Peak Valley and entered the Crimson Wasteland. As one of the 3 captains of the 3 core battle teams, Nangon Jie had a high position in the Demon Slayer battle team. In the 3 super battle teams, there was 1 head captain, 2 vice head captains, 3 elders, and 1 ace team. Other than that, the captains of the core teams had the highest position. These 2 guys are pretty fast. The Devil Slaying team's elite team and official team swordsmen lost track of Chu-Mu and Qin Shanha. It doesn't matter. Our real targets are not the 2 of them. If we meet them, we'll let them know the taste of regret. Following that, the elite and official teams split up and searched for their targets. The members of each of the 3 super battle teams were very strong. They had rich battle experience and were proficient in teamwork. Even if they met opponents who were several times stronger than them, they could still escape unscathed. Their survivability was shocking. From time to time, there would be teams leaving Sky Peak Valley. The teams of the 3 super battle teams moved one by one. It was the same for the first-rate battle teams. When it came to second-rate battle teams, they might team up with teams from other battle teams. As for the third-rate battle teams, at least half of them would team, except for Chu-Mu's Zhentian battle team. All the other teams would team teams. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. It seemed to have a mind of its own as it kept drilling into his nostrils and filling his nasal cavity. The ground beneath his feet had a deep dark brown color, as if it was formed by the deposition of flesh and blood. The temporary battle record, sword, token was hanging on his waist. Because it was temporary, it was anonymous. In other words, if Chu-Mu and the rest obtained battle points from killing foreign tribesmen, but the battle points were snatched away by others, the battle points would belong to others. If they became an official battle team, they would have their own battle points. Even if they fell into the hands of others, the battle points would not be taken by others. The Crimson Wasteland was huge. Swordsmen could not fly, so they could only walk quickly. If they did not care about using their sword energy, they could also use their movement skills to hasten their journey. However, Chu-Mu and Qin Shanha did not do so. They only walked quickly, leaving faint afterimages behind them as they sped into the distance. This place was relatively close to Sky Peak Valley and could be considered the territory of Sky Peak Valley. Those foreign tribesmen would naturally not come here. That would be equivalent to sending themselves to their deaths. Only a fool would do that. Therefore, if they wanted to hunt the foreign tribesmen, they had to leave Sky Peak Valley and enter deep into the Crimson Wasteland. Although the Crimson Wasteland was called a wasteland, other than the lack of trees, there were still many rocks and other landforms. However, the rocks and gravel were mostly dark brown, with a small portion being dark red. Half a day later, Chumu and Chinshanha had already left Sky Peak Valley and entered deep into the Crimson Wasteland. The long journey and the constant vigilance made them feel slightly tired. In a place like the Crimson Wasteland, they could encounter danger at any time. Therefore, it was best to maintain their best condition. The two of them stopped to rest for a while and recover their energy. Head Captain, do you think we can obtain 1,000 battle points this time and make our Zhantian battle team an official battle team? Chinshanha asked as he rested. It's hard to say. Chumu was not sure either. He had no idea how to obtain battle points. However, when he thought of the many unrated battle teams that had been established for at least a year, they had yet to become official battle teams. This was enough to show how difficult it was to obtain battle points. However, there were no absolutes in this world. Everything was hard to say. Keek, there are actually 2 human swordsmen. Spread out and surround them. Don't let them escape. In the distance, 8 figures appeared. They looked a little like humans. From afar, the 8 figures discovered Chumu and Chinshanha. They were instantly overjoyed. The team leader immediately gave the order. Then, the 8 figures prostrated themselves and quickly moved in all directions. They silently approached Chumu and Chinshanha. Traces of a strange aura floated in the air. Chinshanha did not feel anything. Chumu frowned slightly. He scanned his surroundings sharply, but did not discover anything. What's wrong? Chinshanha immediately discovered Chumu's actions. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but did not discover anything either. Get ready for battle. Although he did not discover anything, Chumu's intuition warned him that danger was approaching. He trusted his intuition. Chinshanha's body suddenly tensed up and then relaxed. However, Chumu could see that the power in Chinshanha's body was restrained and very active. It seemed like he was not on guard at all. In fact, the power could explode at any moment and deliver a fatal blow. The strange aura in the air gradually became denser. However, Chinshanha still did not discover anything. In terms of 5 senses, he was far inferior to Chumu. In an instant, 8 black figures seemed to have shot out from the ground. At the same time, a sharp wind-breaking sound was heard. The speed of these 8 figures was close to the speed of sound. On the ancient sword continent, the speed of an astral realm swordsman could easily exceed the speed of sound. However, the space in the immemorial world was much stronger than the ancient sword continent. The restrictive force was greatly increased. Most of the astral realm swordsman's speed was limited below the speed of sound. Only those at the peak of the astral realm could exceed the speed of sound. Their speed was close to the speed of sound, which was already very terrifying. The 8 black figures brought with them an extremely dense killing intent. In an instant, sword light tore through the sky. Its sharpness was unparalleled, as if it was going to cut Chumu and Chinshanha's body in half. Chumu's pupils shrank slightly. His powerful vision allowed him to clearly see one of the 8 figures. It looked like a human, but it was not. It was a foreign race. It was wearing a black robe and had dark skin. Only its eyes were the most eye-catching part of its body. It was because the eyes were very big and its pupils had a strange halo. When Chumu saw the foreign race person, the halo in the foreign race person's pupils trembled. Gray ripples spread out from the inside of the pupils. A very faint, gray energy instantly blasted out. It passed through the sky, passed through Chumu's eyes, and blasted into Chumu's spiritual world. The tyrannical energy rampaged through Chumu's spiritual world, as if it wanted to pierce through Chu Mu's spiritual world. Chu Mu immediately used the sword of spiritual will to viciously slash and destroy the strange energy that had invaded his spiritual world. Immediately after, the 8 desolate heaven swords were unsheathed. They slashed through the air, and an extremely condensed sword light tore through the air. Extreme realm sword light. The foreign race person saw that Chu Mu was actually able to block the attack of his demonic eye and was secretly surprised. When he saw the sword light that Chu Mu had slashed out, he immediately grinned and revealed a look of disdain. It was just a mere sword light. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the seemingly unremarkable sword light instantly shattered his sword light. It entered his forehead and broke out from the back of his head, bringing with it a mixture of black, red, and white liquid that scattered into the sky. Old 7. When the other foreign race people saw this, they were instantly shocked and shouted, "Kill! Kill this human! This human's control of power has reached the extreme realm. Let's join forces and kill him." Qin Shanha was also attacked by the foreign race's demonic eye. He was trapped in a battle between his spiritual will and the demonic eye's power. He was completely unable to pay attention to the sword light that was already flying towards him. At this critical moment, Chu Mu once again slashed out with his sword. Another extremely condensed sword light tore through the air. The foreign race person did not dare to underestimate it. The extreme realm sword light's power was enough to kill him instantly. The sword light tore through the air. Immediately after, Qin Shanha glared and the silver demonic eye's power attacked. The 2 forces were instantly destroyed by the sword light, and the foreign race person had the opportunity to dodge. Following this, the 6 foreign race people's killing intent locked onto Chu Mu. The power of the gray demonic eye and the silver demonic eye exploded and shot towards Chu Mu. They also gathered all the power in their bodies and condensed it in the extreme realm. The cultivation of power control was commonly used by all the races in the immemorial world. The levels were also the same. Of the 6 foreign race people, 1 was at the advanced realm while the other 5 were at the beginner realm. They surrounded Chu Mu from 6 different directions. The 6 demonic eyes' power led the way. Once it hit, Chu Mu would be in danger. On the other side, Qin Shanha was still trapped in a battle between his spiritual will and the gray demonic eye's power. He could not pay attention to the outside world. The foreign race person, who dodged Chu Mu's extreme sword light, once again adjusted his direction. The terrifying sword light exploded and once again attacked Qin Shanha. Under such circumstances, Qin Shanha would die under the foreign race's sword light in the next moment. As for Chu Mu, he would also die under the joint attack of the 6 foreign race people. Chapter 692. It was very likely that this would be the first and last time for Chu Mu and Qin Shanha to leave their apprenticeship. In the blink of an eye, just as the 6 foreign species attacks were about to reach him, Chu Mu used the strength of realm and merged it into his footwork. Instantly he exploded, leaving behind only a seemingly real afterimage where he stood. He was instantly shattered by the 6 foreign species attacks. "Fifth brother, be careful!" The 6 strange races were shocked when their attacks missed. Just then, they saw Chu Mu appear beside Qin Shanha. They hurriedly shouted and reminded their companions who were about to kill Qin Shanha. "Die!" Chu Mu slashed out with his sword. It was very ordinary and returned to its original state. The strange race man had nowhere to dodge. A sword filled his vision, covering the sky and earth. The sword light shattered. He felt a pain in his forehead and his brain was instantly crushed. He didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. At advanced realm, Chu Mu could unleash 10 consecutive attacks. In the blink of an eye, another 5 of the remaining 6 strange races died under Chu Mu's sword. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Other than the leader, the other strange races were all equivalent to a swordsman with 3rd revolution, sword will, and 3rd revolution, profound meaning. Their strength control was only at advanced realm, which was very different from Chu Mu's fourth revolution sword will and fourth revolution profound meaning. This human is too strong. Run. The leader of the strange races took advantage of the moment when Chu Mu killed the last of his companions to retreat. Qin Shanha woke up after destroying the power of the demon eye. He slashed out with advanced realm strength and unleashed all his strength. Scram! The strange race man roared and swept out with his palm. The terrifying palm pressure was like a mountain crashing down, shattering Qin Shanha's attack. The terrifying power caused Qin Shanha to fly backwards. However, the strange race man's momentum was also stopped because of this, giving Chu Mu the opportunity to attack. Die. Chu Mu slashed out with his sword. The extreme sword light turned into a crescent moon that pierced through the void. It instantly broke through the strange race man's heavy defenses and cut him in half. The non-human kind being let out a shrill cry as his body was sliced in half and fell to the ground. Black and red blood mixed with internal organs splattered all over the ground, and the muscles around the wounds were still twitching and wriggling. The strange race man slammed his hands on the ground, and his upper body flew into the air towards Chu Mu. Immediately after, he expanded rapidly. Chu Mu's expression changed as he retreated hurriedly. At the same time, he shouted, "Qin Shanha, retreat!" Qin Shanha reacted quickly and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he placed his giant sword in front of him and poured his sword essence and sword will into it. With a boom, the strange race's upper body swelled to the limit and exploded, shaking heaven and earth. Blood, bones, and flesh mixed with a terrifying power shot out in all directions. A powerful shockwave spread out, engulfing everything within 100 meters. Chu Mu knew what was going on and retreated from the explosion range. Qin Shanha was one step slower and was hit by the tyrannical power. His giant sword trembled, and the power on it dissipated. His entire body flew backward as if he was hit by a giant's palm. His chest felt stuffy, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. The explosion was extremely powerful, and the other corpses in the explosion range were blown into pieces. The dark brown ground was full of potholes and was very damaged. Qin Shanha got up and swallowed a pill to heal his internal injuries. His face was a little pale, and he looked a little scared. Chu Mu swept his gaze over them. The 8 other race members were already deformed. He quickly took the spatial rings of the 8 other race members and quickly left the scene with Qin Shanha. After running for 15 minutes, the 2 of them stopped. Chu Mu took down the temporary battle score, sword token, and checked it. He was shocked to see that the battle score on the sword token was not low at all. 32. How is it? How many battle points are there? Qin Shanha asked as he rubbed his chest. 32. Chu Mu hung the temporary battle score, sword token on his waist again. This thing had to be hung outside for it to be effective. 32 points. Qin Shanha was stunned. Suddenly, he felt that getting 1,000 battle points did not seem to be a very difficult thing. The strength of each of these 8 non-humankind beings was equivalent to a swordsman with 3rd rank sword will and 3rd rank profound meaning. After some calculations, each of them gave us 4 battle points, Chu Mu said. 4 points for one. To get 1,000 points, we need to kill 250 of them, Qin Shanha said. You can't calculate it like that. Chu Mu shook his head. I think that the stronger the non-humankind being, the higher the battle score. For example, a non-humankind being with 4th rank sword will and 4th rank profound meaning would have more than 4 battle points. It's just that I don't know how many points it is. Seems like it's not difficult to get 1,000 battle points, Qin Shanha said. No, you have to think about it. Most of the swordsmen in the unranked battle teams are not very strong. They are basically all at the first transition of the sword intent profound, second transition of the sword intent profound, and there are a few who have reached the 3rd transition of the sword intent profound. Chu Mu said, With their strength, if they encounter such powerful non-humankind beings, if they are outnumbered, it's very likely that they will be killed instead. They won't even get a single battle point. Even if they succeed in killing the opponent, they can't guarantee that it will be the same every time. Qin Shanha heard this and nodded. Thinking about it, how could it be so simple? If not for Chu Mu's strength, he would have died here. How could he get any battle points? Usually, the powerful swordsmen would be recruited by the battle teams. The swordsmen from the unrated battle teams were not very strong. Moreover, many of the swordsmen who joined the unrated battle teams only wanted to use the battle points to enter the sacred cultivation grounds to increase their strength. When they were strong enough, they would then join the official battle teams. No matter what, we have obtained 32 battle points in the first hunt. This is a good start. I believe that with our strength, as long as we are careful and don't bite off more than we can chew, we will definitely be able to obtain 1,000 battle points and make our Zhen Tian battle team an official battle team. Qin Shan has said. Since he had established the Zhen Tian battle team as the head captain, he had to consider the development of the Zhen Tian battle team. I wonder what race those 8 non-humankind beings are from. They can actually use their eyes to attack with their thoughts. Qin Shanha nodded and changed the topic to the 8 non-humankind beings. Chu Mu thought back. After establishing the battle team and before entering the Crimson Wasteland, Chu Mu learned that they would encounter non-humankind beings in the Crimson Wasteland. They should be from the Demon Eye clan. Chu Mu said, "The unique characteristic of the Demon Eye clan is that their appearance is similar to us humans. Their eyes are especially large and their eyesight is very good. Far better than us humans. They can also use their eyes to release power and form attacks against the spiritual world or physical body. The gray ones are attacks against the spiritual world, while the silver ones are attacks against physical bodies. The unique characteristic of the non-humankind beings was that they had all kinds of abilities. Some of these abilities were similar, but there were also obvious differences. In the immemorial world, among the 100 races, the Underworld God clan, the Heavenly Demon clan, and the Earth Demon clan were the most powerful. They were considered big races. The other races were weaker and were collectively called small races. The human race was also included. The innate ability of the Demon Eye clan was their eyes. Their eyes were very important. If the eyes of the Demon Eye clan lost their abilities, they would be crippled. It was not certain whether the attacks of the eyes were targeted at the spiritual world or physical body. Most of the Demon Eye clan members only had one type of attack. Only a very small number of Demon Eye clan members had 2 types of attack. These Demon Eye clan members were often rare geniuses in the clan. The first kill gave them a total of 32 battle points. It was the first victory of the Zhen Tian battle team and also a great gain. Because the 8 Demon Eye clan members had all died under Chu Mu's sword, the 32 battle points were all assigned to Chu Mu's temporary battle points sword token. Then, Chu Mu took out the spatial rings of the 8 Demon Eye clan members and gave 4 to Qin Shanha. He immediately probed with his spiritual consciousness to check. The Demon Eye clan members had died, so the spiritual imprints in the spatial rings naturally dissipated. Chu Mu and Qin Shanha's spiritual consciousness easily entered the spatial rings. In the spatial rings, there were some top royal grade swords, a small number of yuanjing, elixirs, and some metals. Yuanjing was the crystallization of spiritual stones. The laws of the immemorial world were more complete, and so on. Supreme grade spiritual stones were the limit. It was unlike the ancient sword continent, where royal-grade spiritual stones would appear. Although there were no royal-grade spiritual stones, there were yuanjing. Low-grade yuanjing was equivalent to a royal-grade spiritual stone. The spiritual energy in a low-grade yuanjing was purer than a royal-grade spiritual stone. Moreover, the energy contained in yuanjing was very pure and suitable for any race. Chu Mu had some supreme-grade spiritual stones, but he did not have a single piece of yuanjing. Because of the uniqueness of yuanjing, Chu Mu could also use yuanjing to cultivate. The items in the 8 spatial rings were put into Chu Mu's spatial ring. According to Qin Shanha's words, firstly, Chu Mu was the head captain, so the spoils should be safeguarded by him and then distributed. Secondly, the 8 Demon Eye clan members were all killed by Chu Mu. Even his life was saved by Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not refuse. These things still needed to be used for the development of the Zhan Tian battle team. Let's rest for a while and recover our strength before we continue, Chu Mu said. You recover first. I'll keep watch, Qin Shanha said. With the experience of being ambushed just now, he felt that both of them could not rest at the same time. They had to take turns. Chu Mu did not object. He immediately sat down cross-legged and recovered the strength he had used in the battle just now. Time passed little by little. Qin Shanha's internal injuries also healed little by little as the power of the elixir was dissolved and absorbed. After 4 hours, Chu Mu's strength had completely recovered and reached its peak. You can recover, Chu Mu said as he opened his eyes. Qin Shanha immediately sat down cross-legged and used his cultivation method to recover his sword energy. His sword energy had not been used much, so he recovered in less than an hour. Next, it was time to recover his spiritual will, because he had used up a lot of spiritual will in the battle against the Demon Eye clan members. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. After all, the Crimson Wasteland was on the land of the immemorial world. The sun rose and the moon set. All the changes of day and night were closely related to the immemorial world. The night in the Crimson Wasteland was more dangerous than the day.